Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's time to do the Killinations. No, yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah, sorry, I need to look something up. BT. I sure hope so, von Falkenstein, because if they didn't... Well, you know. Anyways, alright, so... right. We're doing this now, which is this, I think? Yes, I think this is it. But of course I can't do that while mounted because this game is made of tin foil and string. Oh yeah, actually I need to check something while I'm here. Yep, okay, cool. So who's ready to actually finish Stormblood? Let me actually phrase that a little bit differently. Who's ready to start Shadow? I don't know what a Supernova playthrough is. But I've only played Outer Worlds on camera, von Falkenstein, so that probably answers your question. Good morning, Playtable. Back here, I'll be back to being a monk. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I'm pretty sure we're never going to finish Stormblood. That's just my life. It's just my life. It's being stuck in expansions. Never able to move forwards. Because there's always some of the random goddamn quest that's like, hey, you missed this one quest. It takes 5 hours to do. God damn it, game. The real question is... Oh my god, there's voice acting. I forgot there was voice acting in this game. The real question is going to be what Stormblood's silver score is. I'm actually rather curious. But anyways, we've done everything. All the things are done. It is time at last to progress.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here.
Why not put Raban in charge? Lisa's like, no, I've decided to take over the kingdom. Oh my god, no! Lise, no! Why?
Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
Wasn't Xenos technically your last king, if you want to get down to it? Not that I'm saying it's any better.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
What is this, FF10 too?
For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
Actually, there's an interesting question. Who's the worst leader? Xenos? Or the Mad King Theodoric?
But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nargo. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
Who's this guy?
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Yeah, no, I agree. Theodoric was worse. Xenos just didn't care and let other people do things, which led to a lot of rot and a lot of corruption, but that's it. Theodoric kind of actively made things worse.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
Yeah, so we're going to do a bit of a side quest here for some reason. This whole patch by reading, because I don't remember this patch, is a bit of a breather section. So anybody who's up for Scala, we're going to be there probably in about 15, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. It's very soon.
After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
Right.
After routing the Imperials and liberating El Amigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
Right. Remind me to talk about that as soon as we finish the cutscene.
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
I mean, I did just finish the Four Lords and Omega, but sure. Okay, so I'm going to explain something. I've explained this to a couple people individually, and I've hinted at this before. But we are officially at the point where I was skipping cutscenes. I was, at this point, like, if you were to weigh how much straw was on my back, it was a lot. I was at the point now where I effectively had given up on most of the game, and I was just begrudgingly, teeth-grittingly slamming my way through the MSQ, trying to get on with it, right? And I was just, so I actually don't have particularly many memories of this patch or the next one. Now, the one after that, 4.3, is when I start to have memories, because I actually remember that particular sequence of events. But we're also pretty close to the moment when I finally actually bowed out of the game. Don't worry, I've looked it up. I know the exact moment where I finally had the final straw. But I'm just trying to say this because I don't know this particular section of the patch very well, so this is going to be kind of new to me. So I know we've got a dungeon, and that's kind of it. The next thing I know is the moment in which I quit the game, which I'm not actually even 100% sure how far that is from here. I mean, I get a little defensive when people say that I rush through games, because screw them. But I'm not going to be skipping cutscenes, play Traval, which is what I was doing the last time. So that's probably accomplishing what you care, what you want out of that. Hopefully. It's okay, this time I have Shadow to look forward to. Remember, Shadow wasn't out when I was doing these. So it was just smash through the patch quests. Alright, so we have an escapade. History lesson. Now, the events I speak of occurred before the occupation, back when El Amigo was a monarchy and Theodoric sat on the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. The King of Ruin suffers no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist end up in Ronga's Reach being burned to the ground, which we actually know. The latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. So he ordered every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it said these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in a palace. Thus, the Mad King's Trove. Well, that I have no power over, Blade Turval. But if you've seen me stream for any length of time, you know that my mood doesn't really affect my opinion of a game. It can magnify it, but it doesn't change it. I've been sick as a dog and irritable as hell and still enjoyed a game, and I've been in a perfectly good mood and absolutely despised a game, so it doesn't really affect anything. So anyways, we've totally found the Mad King's Trove, the drowned city of Scala, we covered not a single coin, their gold lust drained away as quickly as it came. The legend of the Mad King's Trove remains a legend. But, dramatic pause. Dramatic gesture. What is this, Guild Wars 2? No, I'm just joking. Alright, so. I have learned box! Why do I learn box here, of all places? Like, some of these emotes make no sense. And we get several emotes over the coming quests. We get greeting up ahead, and ponder, for some reason, and endure. It's like they just started smashing out emotes as quest rewards at this point, which I'm not even sure. But anyways. Alright. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to pull this up. There we go. So, the Imperial province of Dalmasca has risen up in rebellion. Really? I hope that goes well for them. The Garleans must have their hands full. So, let's go indulge in our diversion. Yeah, one of those things, I know this sounds horrible, one of those things that always weirds me out is, why was the Mad King in power? How did he maintain power? And I know what you're going to say. Evil people have maintained power throughout history, but usually in real-life history, evil people sit in power because of other evil people who keep them in power. Keys, if you will, that keep them in power. So that's also possible here, but what I really find myself wondering is, was the king high level? Put it simply, did he have personal power to maintain his political power? Because to my knowledge, we don't know. We know frustratingly little about Theodoric and, you know, the whys and the wherefores. We know that he was Terabad. And that's kind of it. At least that's all I know. It's a good question, Archbruce. Who's this strange person? Identify yourself. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he was just level 71. No, not Thornton. Not Thornton. Thornton, it's actually pretty understandable why Thornton was in charge. And maintained charge. Everyone hated the Mad King. So there's a lot of possible answers for why he stayed in power, but the biggest reason I bring it up is it makes me wonder if the Alamegans in general were, evil. You know? I mean, I know that's a bit of a dismissive statement, and obviously I don't want to sound like an entire people are evil, because that's silly. Hang on, people are dying at my feet again! There's always so many people dying here, my goodness. But you get what I mean, right? Like, maybe they were a sufficiently vicious and militant people that it kind of didn't occur to them, at least early on when it would have been easiest to do so, to try and depose the madman. And as he got worse, things got worse, right? Of course, that goes back to the keys. Lots of other people who are evil, who are keys of power. But that only goes so far. Maybe he was the best option at the time. There's a terrible thought. I don't know. There's plenty of reasons why bad leaders or evil leaders stay in power. But historically speaking, both in FF14 and in real life, what tends to happen is you think of it as a bubble or a line. And the more you push it and the more you stretch it, the more likely it is that someone will have had enough and will say, I'm going to go ahead and deal with this nonsense. And then someone does. So, yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. Like I said, there's plenty of answers for why he stayed in power. But to my knowledge, we don't know any of them. All we have is the many speculations that we've just mentioned. It's a bit of a shame. I'm kind of with Valvedrix on this one. It would be nice to know more about Theodoric and why and how and wherefore, but I doubt we'll ever get it at this point. Anyways, I suppose I should be reading this out loud. Apparently they threw people into the depths below the palace as a punishment, into the drowned city of Scala. Sorry. That's not true. Into, like a Via Infinito kind of a thing. Are you going to join us, Omega Legion, since we're actually early enough for you? Hang on, I'm sorry. What did he just say? Ah. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Yep, nope. Got it. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced a spot on my skin was emergent in a third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint covers the scar. Arguably, yes, Reggie Brock, although that's actually in dispute, because that goes back into the millennia range. In the end, she turned me out onto the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed with begging, cutting, or worse. Thanks, Mom. Best I can say about the years that followed is I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind and joined a group of refugees on the other side of the wall. So I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. Yeah, there's some debatables on that one, Reggie. Yeah, poverty and hunger do weird things with you. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. That's an interesting motive. Dude, we do not deserve this man. Arnivald, you are too good for this world. He's getting on the evacuation ship. Everyone in favor? Arnivald for the evacuation ship? Honestly, we probably need to evacuate a few million people off this planet, but can we just, you know... Good God. You know what? Have I given a plus for Arnivald? Because he's been pretty good in all Stormblood. Let me double check this here. Nope. Plus for Arnivald. God damn it, am I pronouncing his name wrong? I've decided I'm going to kill him. Just so I'm not saying his name wrong. That way no one can correct me. And anyone says otherwise will be immediately killed. If you say maybe, you'll be executed immediately. If you say FF11 is better than FF14, then you're clinically insane. But I still appreciate your clinically insane sub. Thank you, as always. Do you know what you'd like to put that towards? Yeah, I noticed he actually had a voice actor earlier, which kind of surprised me. Delete, 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 delete. Forgive me, 'tis not my intention to draw proceedings. I just wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. My boots are getting wet here. Prior to the Great Flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having but destroyed by war. Its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It's my belief that the darkness between the palace that the former scribe references is not a prison, but a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I believe so, Fringe, but if you give me a minute, I can double check. I further surmise the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. He wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, they're meant to guard the Mad King's trove! I can't wait to get all this money and then spend it on a sword. Nope. Yep. I did. I've got it for XCOM 2, French Philosopher. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's, you know, we all have some mother issues to some extent or another, but I'm pretty sure most of us can say we had better than a mother who stabbed an eyeball out of our forehead and then tried to, and by try to, I mean successfully managed to shove us out on the streets on our own as a child. Like, whatever complaints I have about my mother, I don't think she's ever going to reach that point. And hello, Unicorn. I'm going to not read the rest of that. Hello, Unicorn. Oh, there it is. The Ruined City. Oh, wow, you actually got it running on your PS2? That's kind of impressive, honestly. Considering all the crap you had to go through to do that. Yeah, we got to pay off some war debts here and get the economy jump-started. It's actually a fairly common problem. Alright, we've got our nation going. Now what? Well, now we need to pay for it. Huh. And this is why nations tend to have tumultuous early years and sometimes fall apart quickly. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, I'm good. So, who would like to join us for the ruined Skitty? Of Scala. The ruined... The drowned! Oh my god! Ah! Him. Okay, let's get Lilith, whoever that strange person is. Edgy. Long ago in the dawn of the 5th Astral Era, the modest nation of Scala was founded in the land of Garabania. Over the span of several centuries, the people constructed a grand city of stone at the bottom of a steep-walled ravine. But even this natural defense could not protect them from destruction during the terrible age of war. When the great flood of the 6th Emerald Era later swept across the realm, the hollow ruins of the city were lost to sight, its remnants submerged in a raging sea. Haunting the depths of what is now Loch Skeld, Scala's silent walls lure adventurers into salt-laden waters with promise of mysteries unsolved, to treasures unclaimed. Yeah, lots of people have French Philosopher. The way it works is that's a way to allow people to show interest and to vote on what we stream if they don't or can't financially support the show. So I just treat that 100K as if it was a sub, $2. It's not. I don't make any money off of that, but you get the idea. Okay, I guess we'll go this route. Although I'll go monk since we're doing this stuff. Let's make sure. Lilith, we have to stop Lilith, but what's wrong thing? There it is. Staring right at it. It was under my mouse. Zach Taft. So I think this is the second time I've done this dungeon. I keep saying that a lot. I don't have any particularly strong memories of this, so we'll see how this one goes. Let's see, what kind of bosses do we have in here? Nope, don't recognize any of those bosses. This should be fun. Let's do it. I'm sure everything will be fine. As long as we wall to wall, nothing can stop us. Certainly rather floody. Makes me wonder why there's even any air pockets down here, you know? I'll decide what I think of the music. Shame Rax isn't here. I was going to pick his brain about something. suppose I should also answer questions, but I'm not sure how many of these people are here. Let's see. Umbral Magnus asked a bunch of things. Tim asked a bunch of things. Mr. Red asked some things. Ken Viper some things. Rax isn't here because he hates me and he's eating coffee. Yes, eating coffee. You heard me. So, you said, I'm Rax, and I have a terrible opinion that turn-based combat sucks. Which is a fairly terrible opinion. But, it got me thinking about something. You may or may not know that I am pretty anti-random encounters, and the older I get, the more anti-random encounters I get. And you may or may not also know that I've been sort of very, very casually been playing through FF1 for like the last 3 or 4 months. How casually? I haven't reached Lich yet. Anyways, so I had a random thought that was just bouncing around my head. So let's say for a moment that we're making a proper remake of Final Fantasy 1. Let's also say we're sticking with the turn-based combat for a moment. And your immediate response is, oh god, Laura, you're terrible and I hate you. And that's actually what you say every morning. It's kind of hurtful, honestly. Like, I go into the office and the first thing out of your mouth is just this whole spiel, and it's like, dude, you know, like hostile work environments are a thing, okay? I'm just saying. Anyway, so, whoop! Okay, that sucked. Sure. I'm gonna assume this is gonna shove me back. What if we took every single encounter in the game, by which I mean enemy? Let me walk this back. I'm saying this wrong. So, what if we sat down with a list of every enemy that is in FF1? There's not actually all that many. I think there's like 50 or so. And what if we actually made a custom personal encounter, like manually crafted encounter for each of them, effectively turning each one into what is, for all intents and purposes, boss fight. Is this a break? Is it across the street? Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. No. Nope, that didn't do anything. Okay. So, you know, you got the goblins at the beginning, right? And you've also got, I don't remember, like the wolves and the goblin captain. So what you could do is you could either make 3 separate encounters for each of those packs of enemies. Or if you wanted to, we could mix and match and combine them and say, okay, so the goblins have this attack, which opens up a vulnerability on anybody they attack, which allows the goblin captain to attack, and the goblin captain can say, focus fire! And everyone obeys it except for the wolves. The wolves just attack whoever, but everyone the wolves attack gets a stun effect, which, you know, pulls them out of the thing for blah, 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 blah. And of course it would be a lot of work, but I mean, this is a proper remake that's kind of built into the equation. The reason I was thinking about it wasn't just specifically with regards to the proper remake of FF1, which I'm totally making someday. It was more I was just thinking game design in general. How the healer's dead. The healer's offline? I was thinking, where is... Oh, we don't have a limit break, that's why. I was thinking if, in a game like FF, if we were to keep the turn-based combat for any game of that style, how it would work to do... effectively to remove random encounters just from the equation, just to eject it, right? And to just replace it with manually crafted encounters. Yes, sorry, USN Corp, sorry. So, now the catch is, how do you actually implement that? So, like, for example, it's easy to say, let's spend hours and hours and hours and hours of work manually crafting all these encounters for all these things, and coming up with these 70-some-odd, you know, manual encounters. Where do we place them and how do we use them? What do we do with them? See, that's the easy answer, Omega Legion, which, by the way, I'm kind of in favor of. But at the same time, as much as I prefer that method of random encounters to any other method of random encounters, it doesn't actually solve the problem, really. All it does is make it easier to avoid random encounters, which is nice, but doesn't fix the combat encounters themselves, right? I mean, obviously, Rex, the irony is, of course, I've been thinking about remaking FF1 a lot lately because I've been playing through it, and, you know, obviously, Stranger of Paradise just came out. But whatever, you get the point. So, how would we implement that? Like, so, and this of course is dovetailed into a lot of other questions. Do we still have an overworld? Do we still have a fake freedom of exploration style? Because let's be honest, FF1 in particular's overworld is pretty fake exploration. There are only three parts, excuse me, where you can actually go more than one place on the overworld and do things in a different order. But, like, if we were to just keep it as is, well, then where do we place the encounter? If we don't keep it as is, what do we do with the overworld? And it's just, I've got all sorts of thoughts bouncing around in my head on how to restructure games like this without fundamentally turning them into something else entirely. Because the easy answer is to just say, well, let's just make an FF10 approach and just kind of make it into you know, mission structures and dungeon design, and there you go, boom. Okay. And yeah, that's point 1, or 2, excuse me, Blade Triple. Point 1 is when you first get the ship. No, that's wrong. Point 1 is when you first break open the canal, my bad. Point 2 is when you get the canoe. Point 3 is when you get the airship, there you go. That's a lot of mobs. I'm predicting a wipe. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Yep. Just waiting for all those telegraphs to go away so I can go back to AoEing. It's fine, Rax. It's fine. We got this. Reggie's dead. And that's, honestly, that's just kind of win-win, really. Oh, that's a lot of telegraphs. My God. Staggered telegraphs, too, which is much worse, because you can't just dodge all of them at once. I'm going to keep AoEing, too, which is probably the dumbest thing I could be doing in this search for mounts. But I'm going to do it. That's a lot of telegraphs. Okay, I'm going to stop AoEing. Let's kill some of this stuff. Yeah, I was just waiting for USN Corp to DC in the middle of that nonsense, and that to be the end of that. Hi, Loner. Boss 2. I'm gonna mute myself because people in the thing. Okay, looks like they moved on. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Pay attention. I guess my overall point, and I'm doing a terrible job at conveying it, is remaking FF1 into being a different genre. That's easy. There's nothing to think about there, if that makes any sense. It's just, yep, remake it into a different genre, and then win. You know, there's no creative thought involved. At least not right now. Obviously, once you get to the point of actually remaking it, there's plenty of creative thought. But from a thought or exercise perspective, it's like, okay. Yeah, exactly, Rex. You get it. You get it. It's the challenge that's interesting to me. It's like, how do you remake FF1 without just turning it into a better game? Let's just call it what it is. Good boss fight. I like that boss. Starting to play with the vehicle concept a lot more, I've noticed. Yeah, Dissidia is another good example. Dissidia Duodecim more so, of, you know, let's make a good game out of FF1. I was actually making that comment the other day to a friend of mine. I was like, hey, check it out. They've remade FF1 for the 3rd time now. Because we have FF Origins and its various ports. And then we have Dissidia, and then we have Stranger of Paradise. I'm not even complaining. I would totally love to remake FF1 someday. Of course, I'd love to remake a lot of games, so what the hell do I know? Also, Serona is dead. As it should be. This is as was preordained years and years ago. I swear to God, half the time I die in this game is specifically because of the fact that I'm typing. How would I fix the time loop? That's easy. There's no time loop. Actually, if you've seen my my lore run, of FF1, it literally only took one very minor fix to fix the FF1 time loop. I'll just give you the summary right now. All you have to do is make it so that there was only ever one loop. So instead of like being like, you know, oh, we must interrupt the loop because it's stupid, it's more like what happened was Garland actually died in the past after having been defeated in the present. Because he's a garbage human being, Scion? I don't even know where to begin with that. Because I spit upon him. Because people like him, and the people that do what he does, and all of the intention and interest and money he generates, actively, legitimately makes the world a worse place by virtue of stoking flames of making people incensed, and trying to just say, oh, the world is so much horrible and awful and terrible in this way and this way and that way, and you're totally right for thinking it, and you should keep thinking it, and I'm just going to keep giving bad takes and stupid agendas because it's what actually generates click, because for some goddamn reason, the only thing that actually generates clicks in the modern world with regards to creating content is to actually try to put out negativity instead of anything actually constructive or creative. Screw him and everything about him. Why is there loot still here? Alright, so. Bellular's not even the worst person out there, but Bellular is one of the bigger people out there. So even though he's not as bad as some people, he is actually more of an objective negative impact on society as a concept and as a whole, because his reach is so far. And it pisses me off beyond measure when someone with that kind of audience misuses and abuses it for the sake of a buck. People like him are a cancer on society, and I mean that. Now, I'm gonna see if US and Corp's paying attention. Whee! I'm still alive, still alive. Oh, Reggie's here. Damn it! Alright, whatever. I guess I'll just be alive. Alright, so Cronin says, I was watching FF7R1 run yesterday and had a thought based on the remake of FF7. Would you like to see a remake of 9? I would like to do a remake of 9. I have no interest in seeing a remake of 9. Whoa! Houston Corp's dead. I was hoping for a quick death, but alas, I was denied. I'm not actually joking, by the way. I would love to proper remake FF1 through 12, I think is the range I would hit there. I've actually, so you're going to go ahead and make fun of me. Can anyone guess the 2 FFs? I could add 13 to the list, I just don't care, if that makes any sense. Like, maybe we could do 13 as our prototype. You know, just that's the, screw it, let's just play around, get used to game design kind of a game. Because we don't care as much, so let's go ahead and just jump into 13, right? I mean, I can see that. Anyways, the 2 games I've actually spent the most time actually thinking about a proper remake of, because I'm stupid and actually think about things like that. Can anyone guess them before I actually say them? I have no idea, Gumgum. I haven't even thought about it. See, now you got me thinking about a remake of 13. Is 5 one of them? No. Is 6 one of them? No. Is 4 one of them? No. I've actually admitted one of these on camera. Yet, Rax already knows one of them. That's 8. I actually literally have notes about how I'd remake 8. And 2 is close, but no, it's actually 3. Speaking of which, Rax, do you mind if I pick your brain for one other thing? Actually, everyone. I'd love for everyone to jump in on this, if you know, because we've had some fascinating game design discussions on this stream. It's probably one of my favorite parts about the dead zone periods when we're just doing side quests and the like. So one of the ideas I had for FF3 specifically was I want to keep the classes in, but I want them to matter more. And the idea that I came up with, and this is probably a really dumb, stupid idea, is make dungeons class-specific. Make it so that there's a tangible benefit and purpose behind playing a Dragoon, because there's this one dungeon where you play a Dragoon. You know how there's that one dungeon which requires you to do the Dark Knight? Imagine that, but actually good. These things hurt, don't they? Come on. Go down. Go down. So the first idea I had was for Dragoon. And it was the first thing I was thinking. Was maybe make a dungeon that is, for all intents and purposes, a jumping puzzle dungeon. Now, what I'm not sure about is how I would go about specifically, but what I was thinking generically is make it so that, for example, parts of this dungeon you can go through the whole dungeon without Dragoons. But if you happen to bring Dragoons, you could do either side paths or get the optional treasures or whatever, because only a Dragoon can go this, right? And so you could get through this actual optional pass up here, and be able to move through and yada, 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 yada. Now, that's a very, very threadbare idea, but that's why I'm kind of workshopping it still. $170 million? That's, I have absolutely no idea if that's good or bad. Yeah, maybe have some optional bosses, which give maybe like a unique weapon, probably class-specific, so let's go back to the Dragoon thing. Maybe you jump up there, and there's a dragon up there. And this dragon happens to be aerial type, and is just kind of hanging out up here like, hey, what's up? And, you defeat it, and it actually drops a specific spear. Para example. So let's pop this. Really? Right as I pop my cooldown. Ick. I just noticed that we're all dead. At least we're about to be all dead. We can totally manage this. I'm playing a class that can res. It's totally fine. We've got this. Oh, that's me. That's me. That's me. Oh, yeah. Obviously, if we were to do that, part of the point, so the core, what I like to do when it comes to thinking about these is try to boil down what the core elements are, and then working from those. And for me, FF3's core element should be constantly switching classes, as opposed to, like, say, FF5's, which is about build gameplay, right? You know, actually making and mixing and matching. FF3 is about, oh, I'm a fighter, well, now I'm a knight, well, now I'm a white mage, and so forth and so on and so on. So being able to bounce around was something I was trying to design the rest of the game around, hence the idea. Is this far back? Wow, this is way back here. You got this! Whoever's left alive. I guess that's Omega and Reggie. I'm gonna make it. I've totally got this. We got this. We're totally gonna make it. Can't even see the boss right now. Oh, Serona just disconnected. Yeah, exactly, Valvatrix. You get the problem. And again, so I've been debating specifics of how to implement. And it wouldn't even be that hard to do, because all you could do is go ahead and make it so that each... Like, you repurpose the existing dungeons, right? You don't even have to add any new dungeons. You just say, okay, well, how about this tower where we're going through in order to try and restart the floating continent? Well, tower sounds Dragoon-y to me. Now what do we do with, like, a Dark Knight, then? How do we make a Dark Knight dungeon? How do we make a White Mage dungeon? And so forth and so on. Now, we could add things like terrain damage in order to push, like, a White Mage concept. Alright, now it's just Reggie and 30% of health. Totally feasible. In WoW... I made it 53 minutes. In WoW, there's a concept... this is completely off topic. Where you can slash sit, and if you slash sit, you get auto crit. Every attack that hits you, critical hits, 100% of them. The reason I mention that is because it's actually extraordinarily useful in order to get a fight over with, to just force a wipe. So you just slash sit, and you're dead. Does that exist in 14? I'm just curious. If you're wondering why that's a thing, they added that because of situations like this, where it was, you know, tanks would just live for too long. Everyone was just sitting there waiting to be able to go back into the dungeon because, you know, they're still in combat. So they're like, come on! So they added the slash sit command into the game, in BC, I believe, specifically, so that you could force a wipe. No. Reflect Revolt. The only purpose in slash sitting is to auto crit. Hey, there we go. I don't want to do that, Scion. But, you know, we'll see, I guess. That's a discussion we can have later. What we got there? Oh, gamey! Ugh. God. Okay, I'm awake, I swear. And I'm gonna pull! Blah, blah. Here it comes. The one. Oh, he didn't kill me. Damn it! Why won't you kill me? Why? Oh, anyway, sorry, to finish answering your question, Gum Gum. With no point of reference, 10 billion, 10 trillion, or 10 million means absolutely nothing to me. So, I have no idea. FF8? Oh, jeez, I've got a lot of ideas for FF8. I don't have a general idea for fixing FF8. Ironically, the plot requires the least amount of fixing, as strange as that may sound. Now, characters, yeah, we gotta adjust the characters a little bit. Push things in a different direction. Make Squall better translated. Okay. Just gonna commit to that. I don't care if there's sex, I just hate Soulless. And romance in general. If you remember, I didn't romance anybody in Inquisition. Because none of them were really romanceable, in my opinion. It's okay, we all know that there will never be a Dragon Age 4, so it doesn't even matter if we romance Soulless. Good morning, Roman. That's a long cooldown, isn't it? Whatever. Yeah, monks and ninjas fight. That's not a joke. I'm really not kidding. The next time I play Tactics, I'm just going to do an all-monk party. Oh yeah, multiple saves, that's also important. And by the next time, I mean, you know, probably actually the next time. Because the next time will be a review. I can't barely review the game by going all monk. Or I could just give the game multiple negatives for terrible balance and just move on with my life. Sorry, I had to get it out of the tank. It really sucks when that cross thing hits the melee. Yeah, that was really raining out. Wait a minute, that was a person all along! Which we already knew, of course. Listen, it was the only way, Omega Legion. Hey, I have only given Xenos gameplay negatives so far. So give me something, you know? There's a lot of random junk in here. Probably worth a fortune, though. Like, that looks like a bunch of gold, if nothing else. Can we just, like, take all of this? We're nowhere to Endwalker. Although I'm really curious how long Stormblood will end up being, and how long Shadow will end up being.
Oh, bugger it.
Are you all right?
Aye. Aye. Everything's still attached.
It is Ardbird. Sounds like him.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
Well... And yeah, I hate to overemphasize this.
Much the same, then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
I hate to overemphasize this, but I really got to make this very clear. I'm sick to death of class quests. I'm trying so hard not to be negative, because Lord knows there's some good stuff in there. But God almighty, I'm sick to death of class quests. And I'm counting Gatherer and Crafter in that bundle as well. Just, oh my God, it's going to be such a relief to move on to role quests instead, you know what I mean? Ah, I know, I still have to do Gunbreaker and Dancer and Sage and Reaper, but... Ooh, you know? It's just...
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Yeah, that reminds me. I'm not doing the Crystalline Mean, because I'm not insane. I mean, I could. It's actually not that bad compared to some of the stuff we've done before. But, you know, no. Also, I can't show off all of it because I've already done some of it while I was leveling my crafters. So, yeah, I literally can't show off all the Crystalline Mean.
Wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
So the way the Crystalline Mean works, I will talk about this when we get there. But the way it works is... Oh, is that your Astrologian? Oh, I like that. You and your red. It's like a series of quests that give a bunch of experience. It's a great source of experience. And they're relatively simple and they're relatively easy to do. But the thing is, they're bundled. Now, I forget the bundles, but like there's 5 Crystal and Mean quests. And those cover all the Gatherers and Crafters. Like these 2 are this one, and these 3 are this one, and so forth and so on. So you pick one, and you do that one for that quest chain. And each one of them has a pittance of story. And I do mean a pittance. Like the one I actually, I've completed to conclusion is... I think there's some records of people who lived before now. We found some records, cool, and that's kind of it. that's as far as that goes. It's not bad. In fact, it's a nice little bonus experience. The problem is, it's once only, ever. And I will give the game credit. It'll actually give you a warning. Hey, if you turn this in as this quest, that's it. If you're doing it as this class gets this credit. The end. So, that's the Crystal and Mean stuff. And that's all there is to that. There's just not much to talk about there. I will actually probably give it a positive because it's actually a pretty good, something I'm in favor of, which is multiple methods of leveling. And there's a reason I did several of them. It's because it was really good crafter experience. Or Gatherer, whichever one I did. I forget. Down. Thank you everyone for joining me. So the next dungeon is actually an 8-man. That will be the Castrum Fluminius. We might not even hit that before the lunch break. I have no idea what pace we're going to make because remember, I'm not really aware of the next things. After the Castrum, relatively quickly will be the Burn, and then relatively quickly will be the Gimlet Dark. And that's it. That's the finale. For those curious. So, Arenvald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on a manner of handicap. We may have lost, but think what we found. Yep, mountains of riches. Yeah, how do we get them out of there? Also, there was a Screaming Spectre, because of course there was. We found the Mad King's Trove. That's all that matters. Congratulations. And that wealth is going to Alamigo, right? Like, because they really need it right now. The war chest be empty. All jesting, we should tell Lise the good news. Yeah, that's the other problem. Who do you give the money to? You don't even have a government right now. Remember, that's kind of a plot point. That would be funny, Omega Legion. What I would do, if I was to implement something like that, I would make it a toggle. Like at the beginning. Do you want to enable the handicap so that Alphino put upon you? And then, of course, it would change, like, the outro cutscene a bit. Oh, I see how it is. You decided not to hold back. You know, something like that. Hi, Hazardous. You look pleased with yourself? Yeah, we found all the nation's wealth. Yeah, she needs another new outfit. So, lots of people thought it was a myth, but they didn't have Lauren Alphino in their party. I vote that we put it towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you'll assemble a squad with your most trusted, we'll be able to... Yeah, that's the other problem. How do you trust people to go haul mounds upon mounds of treasure out? Who do you trust with that? How many people would you trust in real life with that kind of a task? Thank you, Scruffy Looking, very much. As always. And if you know where you want that to go, do please let me know. A moment, I have too many windows open. How many people would I trust with that? If we're counting ourselves, 4 in my case. Oh, another thing. When the time comes for a plan to distribute the spoils, I would ask you consult Alphino. Frankly, Tataro would be a better pick. But, you know, whatever. You know, I just realized that implies that Rax wouldn't trust me to haul that treasure out of there. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. Of course they have. Alright, we're free! Alright! Time to make our voices heard! Rabble, 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 rabble. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Oh, right. Homeworld block, you got it. Thank you again. So, yeah, alright. We've got our freedom, now we want to hurt people.
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
No.
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
So, okay, let's just talk about this very, very briefly. Let's assume that Fordola is a purely evil person who's a Xenos, right? And deserves to die. Even under... Yes, we're actually hitting the MSQ patch stuff. Even under that circumstance, giving in to the mob and letting them do mob justice on her is not a good idea. Under any circumstances. You never do that. You never do this. Never let the mob have this kind of power. This is a bad idea in every way, shape, and form. Now, if you want to kill her, kill her. Do a nice public execution. Make sure everybody knows. Chop. We're cool. Everything's cool. But never give in to the mob like this. Yeah, I was going to say, I could point to a lot of historical examples for why that's a terrible idea, or just basic logic and human psychology, but revolutionary France.
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about.
Thank you, Raban. Yeah, can we get someone with an ounce of charisma in here, please?
Brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
Didn't you used to have two arms?
Friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth.
Notice that what he's saying here is arguably not true and could be debated back down, but it is the perfect thing to placate the mob. Yeah, exactly. Rather than trying to appeal to their better nature, rather than trying to shame them, rather than talking about the logic of how this will lead to bad things down the road, instead he just says, hey, you know, we could get even better and more useful information to help us out if you know. Shan.
Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
And that's why Raban is awesome, right there, in one scene. I probably would do Omega Legion, because it's me. But, yeah. If they just turned Fordola over to the mob.
I do, but I can't.
I mean, screw him, Scion? I don't understand that question. Yeah, what we just saw was like 3 different types of successful charisma checks. What do you get when you get a fighter with a high charisma and a high wisdom score? You get Raban. Like, do people like Solus? I mean, I guess that's probably true, because people like Xenos. I'm debating how to pronounce this. Elolclarin? The position of that second L is really throwing me. Elolclarin? There we go. Elolclarin. I think I've got that. Hi! Sorry. Welcome to the stream. As you can see, we're going through FF14 right now. You picked a good day. We're actually doing MSQ today. Oh my god. Fordola and her skulls may have aspired to be Imperial citizens, but they were born Alamigan. They are worst kinds of traitors. Sins darker than... Or wait, shoot, what's the name of that stupid episode? Sins of the... No, hang on. Damn it, what is the name of that stupid episode? DS9. Episodes. Hang on. Wrong star. It is! Wrong's darker than Death or Night, which is still the most pretentious, dumbest title of episodes in all of Star Trek. The Butcher has much to answer for, but to simply drag her from a cell and slaughter her in the street. Yeah, no, that's awful. In every single way, shape, and form. After 20 years of Imperial rule, it is no surprise people would seek a target for pent-up rage and grief. I only wish I knew the solution. Don't let them give in to their pent-up rage and grief. Again, French Revolution. Thank the gods General Alden arrived when he did. Any later, we would have had a riot in our hands. Yeah? And once you have a riot, you have a bad time. There's no winning there. There's no fixing that. You either let them have their way, in which case you've done the worst thing possible, or you try to subdue the mob, in which case you've done the worst thing possible. So, you know. Thank you again, Scruffy Looking, very much. Always and ever. Much appreciated. I assume you also want those to go to Homeworld? So if you want to type... Yeah, go ahead. The way we have it set up is if you type in exclamation mark and then the letter Q and then your question, it goes into the a little document. And that way I can answer your question and not interrupt, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. If a mob actually formed and we have to, you know, shut down the mob, whoops, and Rax literally just broke the bot. That's hysterical. Thank you for breaking the bot so I could fix it. Bot's back up again, I think, should be. Right? Bot. Hello, bot. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. And yes, more Homeworld. Give me just a moment, because that's, Yeah, stop high jumping the bot, Rax. God. Anyways, thanks. I can feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But the war is over. Unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Actually, what's funny, Rax, is the bot has been working consistently good until yesterday when my internet started going to hell. So, you know, yay. We've got reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to cooperate with Garleans. Some start with insults. Most of the time, someone then picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. You put them in graves? I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. Well, then you shouldn't build it in Alamigo. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are the representatives exactly? Village elders, refugees, you know. We got to dictate the nation's future, so we planned a summit of sorts. We even invited Ananta and the Kakiran to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide the path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt its proceedings. Well, let's execute her and be done with it. She even asked to be put to the death. I'll go. I explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? Everyone who didn't resist? That would be no better than Theodric and Xenos. Well, no, that's stupid. But you're correct. You probably shouldn't just straight up execute people and be done with it. If you do that, then what you have is the French Revolution. I feel like I'm repeating myself here. So, yes, we should use the Echo. And, of course, Arenvald wants to talk to her because he understands where she's come from. Hint, hint. Remember, we just got his backstory. We've barely begun to investigate the facility with your powers. She will test you. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. We got this. Yeah, maybe instead of liberating Alamigo, we just raise it to the ground. Just... There we go. It's just a giant salt field of dust and ash. Screw this place. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. We've got land.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
Not sure I believe you on that one, Lise, because to be perfectly frank, that was one of the most cruel things you could have said to her in that moment.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
And there's the Echo. Yeah, this scene is messed up.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
Hang on, I want to jump in here really quick, because I just had a thought. I actually do remember this cutscene now that I'm here. But because it was an echo, I decided to watch this one. Hang on, I'm going to answer 2 questions super quick. First, I'm glad you like my YouTube comment. If you want to add comments with time spans, go for it. Absolutely. I generally don't, because time, it would mean actually going back through and rewatching my videos, which is an enormous time sink, which I just can't afford. That's why I don't do it. And Golden Ratio, as says, is Illidan Stormage a villain? Yes. So the thing I wanted to talk about, do you notice that there are 2 characters which interestingly mirror each other here? Yotsuyu, or however the hell you say your goddamn name, because I can never remember what it is. No, there's no time travel in the extant. Not really. And Fordola. Have you noticed the comparison between these 2 characters? Really think about... I'm not going to go into spoilers right now, because we're not really there yet, but think about how much of that is here and in this patch content. And it makes me wonder why... I keep forgetting how it's spelled, which is screwing me up on pronunciation, Pillars of Snow. I also keep screwing it up because there's something else. But think about it. Think about the 2 of them. Think about what both of them went through and what both of them decided to do as a result thereof. And, yeah, I agree. We talked about this during the main stuff. This is why both Fordola and Yotsuyu actually would work substantially better as the central antagonists for Stormblood for the main content rather than having Xenos. IMO. We could still have Varys in there if you want the Garlean connection, or just an Imperial Regent who, you know, it doesn't really necessarily matter. And there you go. But it is just horrible to think about. Which, well, here's why.
All right.
Now here's a question. Which one went through worse? Yotsuyu or Fordola?
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Isn't Gaius in like his 50s at this point?
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Yes, that's right. They're trying to stone a child, in case you missed that.
Traitors!
By the way...
Please, you have to do something! My husband and daughter are in danger!
They're not any better.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens! We have rights!
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors!
By the way, if you've never been hit with a stone thrown at you, it hurts like hell. And can cause real damage. In fact, it can kill you. That's why stoning was considered such a terrible thing. For so long. I can imagine Gaius being livid about this.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Yeah, I don't want to put Gaius on too much of a pedestal, but the man was, if nothing else, a pragmatist, even though he was still villainous. He would have these soldiers executed on the spot. For allowing this to descend into this kind of disorder.
Fadola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Alfred, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time.
Be honest. Do you blame her?
It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
I agree, it's not right. But that's not the question I asked. All I asked was, do you blame her? Yeah, exactly, Blade. This whole situation is just 50 kinds of messed. And that's the point.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
I mean, in fairness, she did all this crap years before we even showed up. And let's be very clear, we were a sea change to this setting. I'm not saying that to pump ourselves up or whatever. Really think about how much of a sea change to this setting the Warrior of Light's entry into the world really was.
Shut up.
Nobody could have predicted that.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led!
That's the thing. I want so desperately to talk about this because it's so obvious that the Garlemald Empire is not an empire. I mean, I know that sounds weird to phrase it that way. I'm with Pillars of Snow. The Garlemald Empire is not designed to be what it presents itself as. It's a desperation factory. It does exactly what it was designed to do.
that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
God, it really is, Rex. So now she's seeing a moment of our life.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why? Damn you. Damn you all.
I quoted Au Chiffon, if it wasn't obvious. Sorry, this is hitting me harder than I thought it would.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it.
Oh, was it a Minfield quote? Ah! Well, whatever. Screw her. I'm going to mentally readdress that as a Au Chiffon quote. There we go. Done. I swear he actually said that, though. But you're right. It's probably just a repeating quote, and that's why I mentally associated it was with him and not just, you know, everyone else. Because I've noticed it's come up, even in the period of content we've covered so far, it's already come up 3 times as a dialogue option. Sorry about that. I let my emotions get the better of me. It's just that she and I are of an age, and neither of us... Oh my god, your dialogue. It's just that she and I are of an age, and we're neither of us one thing or another. I can't help but feel like she's my problem to solve. The capacity to experience such visits in the past has always seemed a most desirable talent, but I can see it's as much a burden as a blessing. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about, at least. And I did give that cutscene a plus. I don't know about you, Laura, but the visions only come to me every now and then. The way she kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. It's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be a fundamental difference between a born echo and an infused echo? No! Golden ratio! No! 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 Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring the research facility since Liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's over there overseeing the investigation. Let's check him out. Yeah, I have enough empathy as is. I don't need uncontrolled, concentrated empathy to literally feel what someone felt in the past. No, thank you. I have mental blocks to prevent me from remembering my past. I don't particularly want to see other people's. God, that would be awfully truthful. Could you imagine such a thing? Anyways. So, nice place. Nice place. Very, Garlemald. So yes, I spoke with Fordola. It wasn't a total waste. Our involved noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be taking visions constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you expounded anything about it here? We've been hard-pressed to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have any. Yes, Lise, go help us understand these high advanced technologies. Can we get someone with the brain in here? No offense, Lise, really. But, like, this is not your field of expertise. Lise walks up to one of the pods. Punch! The Ironworks received a request to analyze these devices. Do you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one. Unlike the others, the interior is fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. For good reason, Scion. My goodness. These bastards would fiddle with a man's soul if it served their purpose. Yeah. Soul magic is its own... oh, you mean in a bad way. Okay, yeah. Okay. So many bodies. Every one of them was an experiment. Yeah, you see all the cloths up there? Few show signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Ow. I know little and less of science, so help us out here. Explain, explain, explain. Why am I the one explaining? I mean, I guess I'm a high-level everything, but still. So... the enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from multiple supply subjects. The master subject, Kryl, and the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model in which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they're trying to recreate Kryl's Echo, which would explain why our prisoner is in her present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability, hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door day and night. If she can't help but sense their thoughts and see their past. We are actually torturing Fordola. In our defense, we're not doing it on purpose, but we are actively torturing our prisoner. In what would very easily be claimed an inhuman manner. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should fix that. Anybody? You want to... Him. So maybe call. Yazael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Chris Velger's past. Fordola must have been forced to experience the agony of those lives she has destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she could suffer for now. We've got pressing matters to consume. Okay. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, it'll be not to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the Echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all that we can of these godforsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Ouch! That's... that is the correct call. Let's be honest with ourselves. But damn, that is cold. Can we, like, at least set up a situation where there's no one right outside her door? So, you know, she doesn't have to constantly have going on. God damn. The forcible extraction of ether from a living subject is invariably fatal. How many died so Fordola could gain her new abilities? I go to learn for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Roban. More evidence I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. Lise. Wow. Lise, I mean this with all due kindness. You are not a leader. Ask Roban to school you. Become his apprentice. Become, like, his chancellor, his right hand, his left hand, you know, of execution or something. You know, become his Darth Vader. And learn from him and grow into it over time, you know? General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. How old is she again? I know, but I know I couldn't have convinced the mob to give up and go home. It made me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. Yeah. By the way, we should probably have guards around Roban day and night, because if I was Garlemald and interested in victory, my target would be Roban. Think about it. It's not his homeland. After going to the trouble winning it back, might he not want to stay? It is a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or start again in the land of their birth. Lar! Hey, Pippin. What's up? I've got a message from the Sultana. She wants to talk with you. Okay. Thanks, Pippin. I'm gonna pass on the wine this time. Not everyone's as comfortable as interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Lore. Hey, the Sultana and I are tight. I've done the goldsmith chain. Possible Blade Travel. I'm just saying, removing Roban from the board would be a huge win for Garlemald. And it would pretty much doom the Giribanian, or sorry, the Alamegan state before it could even get started. And as we've already talked about, you know, there's not really... Yeah, we'll get there. Anyways, so... To see Nanamo. You know, Kirby's like, yeah! Kill Raban! Headbang. Let's see, which step are we on? We're on this step. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, so someone mentioned something idly in Discord. I've already done pretty much all those side quests. There are 2 side quests I have actually deliberately saved. Oh, we'll get to Garlemald's goal later, Trihexia. In this patch content, actually. I'm pretty sure is when they finally bring it up. Was it really Pillars of Snow? World Conquest? No. That's not their goal.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a Sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
So, random thing that occurred to me the other day. When you really zoom out the camera on storytelling, you tend to notice that certain characters and certain events tend to get pushed to the forefront. And I always find myself wondering why, because oftentimes what happens is writers will find themselves emphasizing a character and making them relevant without meaning to, if that makes any sense. It's just, that's the character they know, so they tend to write that character, and as they write more of that character, they flesh them out more, so they know them even better, so they write, and it kind of snowballs, right? If it's not obvious why I'm bringing this up, we've got the Admiral, sure. And we've got Kane, or whatever stupid name is, sure. And then we've got Nanamo. Which of these three leaders do we see the most of in this game? Especially on a personal level. Why can I not see where I'm going? Whatever, I'll figure it out. Yeah, it's Nanamo, by a huge margin. And that's not even counting all the side stuff, in which, hey, guess what? She pokes her head in more than a few class quests and crafter quests. It's just interesting. And again, I wonder if that was deliberate, or if there was just a bit of snowballing going on. Again, remember, Ul'dah is more relevant to the main plot than any of the other city-states, so it might just be because of that. But then again, that brings to mind, why Ul'dah? And so forth and so on. Anyways, thank you, Noel. It is always good to see you. I do appreciate your support. If you know what you want to put that towards, as always, let me know, please. And that being said, I do have my own personal theory, and it's a very boring one, as all my theories are. I'm pretty sure that Ul'dah was the first city-state they really put time and effort into working on, and they were originally going to have all three city-states have their own fully fleshed out story arcs, and then time. So Ul'dah was the only one they wrote, so they just kept writing it because they'd already fleshed it out as sufficiently, and it was already main plot relevant multiple times. In other words, a form of snowballing. But I will put that towards the FF6 Pixel Remaster. Thank you, Noel. Perchance you remember Lilira the Merchant's Daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls. Yeah, I've seen you like this a lot. Ordinarily, Papa Sean would be here, but I need an advisor, not a minder. So I requested your company. And let's be honest, there's literally no one in the world who could defend you better than me right now. Over the course of your many adventures, you've met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea. Now make use of your worldly experience. Let's be on our way. Time to head to the Stone's Throw. Can you guess why it's called that? Yeah, could you imagine? I feel bad about intruding on this, but whatever. Look upon the procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements, and Thanalin's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, and yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls to me. Your hands have been tied. Also, you're not really in charge of anything here. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I have noticed that, Darth Tyrant, and I wonder if that's a deliberate attempt to offset that. One of the things I do in my writings is I keep track of how much time I spend on which characters, so I can sort of mentally have a measuring stick of, you know, who I'm spending too much time and too little time on. A way to help keep balanced. A way to make sure I don't have a Harry Kim, to put it bluntly. Honestly, that doesn't surprise me, Omega Legion. I'm pretty sure there just isn't a lot of Theodric lore. Either they literally haven't written it, or they've never codified it, one of the two. I was here in this holy and remarkable place that my father and mother met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were running from an inspection of our interests in Eastern Thanalan. Returning, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it was not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or expertly planned assassination. Roban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring to the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if it was orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, the one who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power, place the nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivete. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarists' damnable games. Forgive my outburst. You're one of the few people I feel I can speak my mind. Yeah, you notice, by the way, we actually consider Nanonimo and us are actually friends, too. Which... yeah, sure, Omega Legion. I point out, because while we're on speaking terms with basically all the leaders, how many of them actually treat us in such a friendly manner? Also, Harry Kim is definitely a too little. Although, honestly, I should just say Travis Merriweather as a better example of someone who has too few episodes, because he has a grand total of, wait for it, 2 episodes devoted to him in 4 seasons of television. Yeah. So we try to avoid Travis's. I was going to mention Amaric as well, but, you know. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signings and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious of what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from my ignominious chapter, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum I first met Roban. The match I had been invited to attend was not all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against a dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another. My royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later I learned the gambling ring which had arranged for Roban to die that day. Regardless, my intervention meant Roban had but a single opponent, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade and service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Roban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the Blood Sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate. I had my blade. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, Omega Legion. That's horrifying. And yet another reason the Allagons are so messed up. Goodbye. Playing with the effects engine here. Oh, that person just lost his legs.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
What in the world?
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum. Raban!
Okay, that's adorable.
I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last.
Oh, he totally is a Mega Legion.
Sultana, and long live Uldar!
How old is Raban again? Because isn't he in his 40s at this point? Maybe 50s. Also, I'm pretty sure they don't kill each other here, because there was a mention way back in the Gladiator chain, I want to say, about how they deliberately don't do duels to the death. Not because it's horrible or morally bankrupt, but entirely because of the fact that it's not good for business. Even a losing gladiator is someone who can then be in another match later on. See WWE for another example of this. Words cannot express what that man means to me. There are others who care for my well-being. Papa Sean's love for me is like a grandsire for grandchild, but upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Or the UFC, yeah, another good example. Raban, with the authority of the Syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. We must make haste. My Geralt is 51? Okay, fair, Darth Tyron, but back when they were actually worth a damn. Like late 90s, early aughts. Or 80s is even a better example. My absence... God, you're right. He totally did go to... My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's Horn for long. There are other places I would visit. To the ossuary. We're gonna make bees? Okay, whatever. She's following me. No, she's just doing the same question I am. In a bikini. Because why not? I mean, I guess this is Ul'dah, so it's pretty hot around here, so... Sure. Yeah, I'm probably roasting at this ghetto. Good morning, Ross. You missed a Voyager reference. But the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces in the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louisoix would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal. I lean in. Does it exist? Reflect upon my choices and ask myself if I'm fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you've led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the way I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I'm to act as Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Lore. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I see a way to aid the refugees. Really? Already many displaced Alamigans seek to begin the long trek home. And as you know, our artisan schools shall be waiting to accept any wish new trades. Realistically, however, it'll take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. I do like how they mentioned the goldsmith chain there. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they're to survive, and this time the Ul'dah Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate funds is another question. Who employs the refugees? You know, Godbert, for example? A wise suggestion. To this gold saucer might be in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate and one of the few who pay the refugees a fair shave. Are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? Yeah. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let's make our way to the landing, and then to the gold saucer. Yeah, I see now why you brought up the Hildebrand thing, because I remember being like, what? He's in the story. Yeah, anyways. Ahem. I know entirely too much about Godbert. There it is. messaged the man once. Oh, he's legit. In lore, obviously. That's true. I know more about WoW than I know about Godbert. Now we go into Eye Cancer Land. You like Bloom, right? Our descriptions of its splendor. I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. Yeah. Maybe I'm just cynical, and maybe I've just been to Vegas since I was 4, but, you know... couldn't possibly wouldn't come this way to fritter the royal coin. Let's head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. That's a weird feeling. Imagine going to Vegas for the first time. To one of the actually good casinos, too. Ooh. Like the Orleans. Or the M. That's another good one. Oh no, this place is actually quite impressive in lore. It's actually a little crazy how impressive this place is in lore, if you think about it. I believe this is where we're to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? My question is, in lore, does this place have anything for people who aren't rich? They're working on Blitzball right now. Oh, I'm not a gambler. I have negative interest in gambling. No apologies necessary. My request was sudden. You were kind to make yourself available at short notice. When my son's good friend... Don't reference that. And the Sultana herself come calling, there's no more important engagement. The lottery isn't gambling. Gambling is gambling. And gambling is its own separate, horrible nightmare death doom. Ooh. Gambling is a deep, dark hole. As to the purpose of my visit... Also, some people gamble for entertainment, which makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, imagine playing the lottery for fun. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. As you are aware, I'm sure, many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to the home of their newly liberated homeland, which doesn't have the homes, or the food, or the jobs to support them, so that's a terrible idea. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them suffering. What advice would you have on how best distribute? The unusual circumstances of our meeting, and your Grace's choice of a companion, would suggest to me a desire for honest and unvarnished opinion. So I shall give you one. Stop. Taxing Uldah's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. And I'm just going to pause and say, he's absolutely right. You oppose my proposition. Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldah in this arrangement? Profit? After all you've done for Girabania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? Yeah, you see where he's going with this? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, we begin to rely upon it, and then expect it. And then we consider Uldah's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Then any support I pledge the refugees must promote self-sufficiency while serving the interests of the people of Uldah. Exactly. Such an arrangement will create a more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. Plus to Godbert, just for that. I'm joking, but still. Oh yeah, no. It's very clear why Godbert is one of the Syndicate members. And it's not because he has the golden saucer. That's a byproduct. Prophet, the thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about, lamenting my naivete will do no one any good. I shall consider my lesson and move on. Laura, are you acquainted with any successful merchants? I think I know all of them at this point. If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Oh, Lolorito. No question, Reggie. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East out on custody, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to Kagane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers want to do, I shall wait your report by the Aetheryte. And yeah, in case I haven't made it very, very clear, Aetheryte travel really is in lore. She expects us to teleport there and teleport back, which is exactly what we're going to do, ironically. Let's see, questions. What are your thoughts on how they removed the game corner from Pokemon games? Do I think that was a good call or overreaction? I don't like it. I don't think it was a good call. I do think it was an overreaction. It was an unnecessary change, which was only done for legal asteriskness. Nothing actually valid or tangible. As for how the Gladiator functions in reaction to Cashel's question, that's terrifying. I'm going to get that off my screen. I think it is actually all of the above. I'm pretty sure some people can be forced to fight in the arena. I'm pretty sure some people do so voluntarily to try and work their way up. And I'm pretty sure that prisoners are tossed in order to work off debts. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an all of the above for people who fight in the Colosseum in Ul'dah. But I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me on that. And then Gum asks, does the Extant have gravity boots? To which I say, I have no idea. It's never even occurred to me. Hey, Hancock, I'm actually here on business. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ul'dah? Laura, I have you to thank for this recognition, I'm sure, and I'm flattered you came to me, truly flattered, but why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there's no living soul better qualified than Her Grace to advise Her Grace than the Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I'd be happy to arrange a meeting for you at the formal headquarters. Waking Sands seems a suitably neutral venue. Okay. I mean, if you had to be at the Aetheryte to teleport to another Aetheryte in gameplay, that would mega suck, to be blunt. I mean, gravity is a powerful force. So, I mean, if you could concentrate enough gravity in a small spot at one time, you're probably going to rend metal and titanium. And neutron. Anyways. So, he advises talk to Lolorito. And you agreed to this? Yeah, I've said this before and I've said this again. Lolorito is a smarmy asshole, but he is very smart and very pragmatic, and he has a vested interest in the prosperity of Ul'dah. Because that means he is prosperous. And she says, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him effectively. So, she will go to the Waking Sands. And it's okay, I'll be there. And if you make, like, if you say ham sandwich, I will literally tear him apart in front of you. Literally, literally. I just grab one arm and grab the other, and I'll just pull. It'll be great.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Oh yeah, that's another interesting little thing. Did you catch that? We summoned him, not Nanamo. And he did come. Because of course he did. Because he's not a moron.
You have made your point. It is indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Call me a weirdo. I actually like his almost unsettlingly golden eyes.
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say, I'm most eager to hear your
Why
proposal.
don't you play this song?
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lolorito is the richest person in the world, with the possible exception of someone in Garlemald.
In return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I.
They have salt.
Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
I was wondering what the slaughtery was, but you mean the saltery. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what those places are. Hang on a second. Like, aren't we going to help the saltery out? Isn't that actually the answer? Whatever. Boom.
Yes, a quarry town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
And he is right, if that's the place I'm thinking of. So, we'll give the second answer. which is also wrong.
Yes, if a stable trade route could be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
Oh, dude. Speaking as a student of economics, I'm a cooking geek, an economics geek, a history geek, and a war geek. Salt has been, and seasonings in general, have been fascinating to me for so many different reasons. For so many years. Clearly, you want me to say the saltery.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
Like it or not, they have a ton of salt there, and it is still valuable. Even in their semi-technologic, revolutionary era. With magic, salt is still frickety salt.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I was going to say, salt is valuable now, and we're arguably, because we don't have magic, but we're arguably substantially more advanced than their society, and we still value salt. Just not as much.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well-versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders. Just as Your Grace desired.
One of the most terrifying things about Lolorito is he plays like the Dominion over on Star Trek. What I mean by that is, he's not a good guy by any measure, but he's willing to play ball. He's willing to actually say, oh, well, you want to accomplish this? I can help you with that, in a way that'll profit me. And he is more than willing to play if you're willing to sit at the table with him. It makes him extremely dangerous.
A deal is struck, then.
If the salt runs out, well, I mean, they do have some quarries and some metalworks, but the general idea here, Omega Legion, this is just from an amateur, armchair economist slash historian slash war slash strategic person. But what I would do as a manager is I would use the salt money to not reinvest in the salt trade, but to reinvest that everywhere else. Right? The salt is the crutch. It's the Band-Aid. We're using this to get our economy in general jump-started, and all that profit needs to go basically everywhere else to make sure we get other outputs, get our other products going, get our villages built back up, etc., etc. Because, yeah, exactly. We know exactly what happens when a nation's wealth sits on one resource. Not only has that happened many times historically, that's still true now in some places. I feel it'll be years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. You did well. I mean, I'm not saying that I would totally adopt you or anything like that, but, if you need someone, I got your back. That's all I'm saying. And if you want me to rip Lolorito apart, I gotcha. I'm really good at ripping things apart, okay? What do you want from me? Alright, so let's go ahead and address the other side of things. Literally crossing the peninsula here. I was actually thinking of Russia, not an oil state, because Russia's natural gas economy is something I've been studying lately for reasons that should be fairly self-evident. Yeah. In your absence, I've kept myself busy cataloging the riches of the Mad King's trove and calculating its worth in gil. The figure's already quite staggering. Greetings, Lore. I'm actually in the middle of reporting to the commander here, so... Oh, sorry. Yeah, actually, yeah, the whole... I agree with that. One of the things I liked about the Dune series, one of the only things I liked about the Dune series, was the economics of it. They rely so much on spice that it's actually silly. Like, they rely on spice more than we in real life rely on anything. Even oil. It's crazy. So, what did Namo say? Oh, sorry, are you allowed to talk about your audience? Kinda, yeah. And yeah, sorry, actually, that's a good point, Omega Legion. I didn't even think about that. Oh my god, that's even worse. Alamiga was bleeding out economically. Remember, they were in a destitute state, which is why the resistance kept coming up, in addition to the fact that he was a terrible despot, while he was sitting on a freaking mountain of treasure. Anyway, so Raban says he wants to go back, but, you know, whatever. We're going to revitalize the Saltery. Once you can, quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorita's help is another question. I tried this brand new thing, Alphino. Hear me out. It's this brand new thing. It's called being honest. Now, you're probably thinking, lore! But no, actually, you want to hear a really, really quick side note, super quick. In my current D&D campaign, I'm playing a monk who has a really low charisma score. I have a charisma of 10. So I can't diplomatize myself through anything. So the tactic I've been using is being honest. Anybody who's been watching the campaign knows what I mean by that. It's been working really well so far, actually. Because I'm also a high-level monk, so I can kind of back up my words. Anyways, Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal. Allowing Ulda to provide the capity would afford Lolorita too much control. Honestly, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? What? Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of it before you agree to anything. Right away. Would you come along, Laura? I might need you to fill in details. Yeah, sure. Archon Loaf! Yes! Well, I don't want to get too much into spoilers, Triaxia, but isn't that kind of the direction they go in the later books? In the books that aren't even books? Anyways, so let's see. Questions. Do we have any questions? Oh, you asked a question. Which evil Final Fantasy Empire is the most stable and capable of surviving during peace times? So let's go down the list, right? The Palametian Empire, nope. Literally founded on demons and oppression, and requires conquest to maintain the funds back home. So that's right out. There's not really one in 3. The Baron Empire, if you could call it that, in 4 would qualify, but I don't think that actually counts, because they were only temporarily an evil empire, and frankly, they never actually got to conquering, they were just getting the crystals, so that's out. Boop. There's nothing in 5 that qualifies. In 6, we have the Gestalians. In 7, we have the Shinra. In 8, we have, oh my god, I can't think of their names all of a sudden. There's actually 2 in 8, but there's the Eastern guys and there's the Northwestern guys. And I can't remember either of the names, but there's those 2. Then in 9, well, 9 doesn't really have an evil conquering empire for the same reason 4 doesn't. Which moves us up to 10. And yeah, I remember that line, actually, about Valvedrix. It's even expanded upon in the DS version. They're like, oh my god. Thank you, Galbadia and Esther. God, I'm stupid. I swear I'm going to remake 8 someday. Anyways, but yeah, you already see what I'm doing. I'm kind of building you up, because the answer is Arcades. Arcadia has the best possibility of surviving at peace because they can and they have. They're actually structured like an empire which is designed to live and prosper, as opposed to like the Palametians, which are a marauding empire, a Roman kind of a thing, where the whole goal is to drain wealth out of conquered territories to feed the homeland, or like the Gestalian Empire, which was entirely built around the idea of exonerating one person to the top, because it was built on the ideas of the Galactic Empire, which has the same problem. Almost all the empires across the FFs have been built not to be an empire. Arcades is one of the only exceptions. So what manner of mistress brings you to what this time? Well, we want to rebuild the Saltery. Yeah, this is a nice place. Ahem. Bugger me, we never had the coin in, or the hands to place, but yeah, hey, that sounds like it's about to change. It doesn't account for all this nasties. Uh-oh. There's enemies! Enemies! I got this! Oh, right, you mean long term. Right, I can't just sit here. I've been training mostly to kill Imperials. You've got some experience hunting monsters, right, Lore? Think you could help show people how to kill them? Yeah, sure, just punch them once and they die. I don't think that's... okay. I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what's required to restore the Saltery. Good luck. Okay. Also true. The Gestaltian Empire is a second-generation empire. It was founded by Gestalt's father. The Palametian Empire depends on what you consider canon, but it's new one way or the other. And so forth and so on. I'm not going to go down the list, but yeah, you're right. Like, even Shinra is relatively recent. Okay, here's the weak point of the giant crab. Its face? No, hang on. Its underbelly? No. Its giant clawed tail. What is this thing's weak point? Hello? Do you have it? What? Wait, I saw something for a second. Where was it? Where was it? There it was. There it is. There we go. Why is it not there when I zoom in? See that? There we go. Listen, all I'm saying, Tara, is the Romans sucked in every way, shape, and form, okay? Also, I should probably clarify, because only one of the Roman empires actually did what I'm mentioning. And there's... I mean, you know how it is. There is no such thing as the Roman Empire. There are the Roman empires, the Roman republics, the Roman city-state, the fallen Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and Russia. There we go. That's all of them. I am honored to have you here. A whole continent is in my chat. That is actually impressive. And I've had Croatia in my chat. And I get phone calls from the United States. That's a good question, Triaxia, which I don't have the answer to. I mean, paying off invaders is a pretty long, old tradition in human history, so it's not exactly like it's without precept. Hey, Giga Pudding. We're talking about how many Romes there are, and how stupid they all were! Oh. There it is. I mean, I agree with that, Cashel. The Romes are honestly fascinating. The only reason I have never actually spent the time to really study the Romes is because I've spent so much time studying everything else. The eye. Hit it really, really hard! By the way, the last dialogue option was hit it hard. And this option is hit it really, really hard. Listen, black pepper is legit, Loner. Along with nutmeg. You can build an empire on nutmeg. That actually happened. White pepper is fascinating. Garlic. Garlic is the core of all cooking. Changed my mind. Not as easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move, but I got the job done. Don't worry, I'm not here to judge you. If you want me to judge you, I can, but you don't want me to judge you. How about I build an empire on spice? Wait. Olive oil. No! Paprika. Ah! Well, that's on fire. Look at that site over there. That would actually be funny, Pillars of Snow. He's like, oh no! Look out, Lauren! We're just standing there like... Oh, I guess it is attacking me. You know what? I've got aggro. You can go ahead and keep going. Try again. Dink, dink, dink. Anyways, I fought them myself with a bit of instruction. Lore. Good lad. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, heads firmly stuck in the past. Yep. We need to set sights on our future. Yep. You will be worse than dead if you don't turn this around immediately. And in case you think I'm being over-exaggerated, remember, the Garleans, spoilers, are going to counterattack this pretty quickly in lore. So the Saltary security is well in hand. Meanwhile, I've discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings can be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies. The General would like to speak with you at your earliest convenience. Okay. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I'll remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt. And I'll be an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. Okay. Thanks for the message. An empire economy based on desserts and candies. That sounds like a challenge to me. So Loke asks, have you ever played any of the Dominion series? Dominion series of games. I feel like I have, but give me a minute. Are you talking about the card game? No, you're talking about the board game, aren't you? Yeah, you're talking about the board game, aren't you? Which apparently is also a card game. Well, either way, the answer is no, unfortunately. So, me and my friends, you may or may not know this, but I'm actually a huge tabletop geek as well, and I love playing board games. I just don't have a lot of time to. Wow, they rebuilt this in a hurry. Bonk! It's also a video game. Well, I've never heard of the video game and didn't find it when I was Googling it just now. But I haven't played any of the above, because the Dominion's board games were always just a little bit too rule-heavy for us to actually dig into, so we never did. Hang on, Dominion video game. Let's see here. It's apparently on Steam. Oh, it's the same series. It's in early access, too. Interesting. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like, I like a rules... Oh.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far.
Yeah, by the way, that's my second suggestion. Get her away from here. They can't demand her if she's not here. I know, that's
it is no concern of yours.
It's a patch fix. It wouldn't actually fix the problem. They would just find another target for their angers. I think it was Roban who mentioned it, but yeah, or no, it was Lise who actually mentioned it. If they couldn't focus on Fordola, they'd just focus on anybody else they could. You tolerated the invasion. You were a collaborator, blah, blah, blah.
We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Yes, I do.
Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Give them to me. I'm sorry. They need to die immediately. They are the worst kind of everything.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre. and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
Appreciate it.
Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Lest you think I'm being, you know, harsh or hypocritical, we have literally already given these people multiple chances. Omega Legion's quite correct. We have already tried and failed and tried and failed. Okay. And to be perfectly frank, I think what they did is worse than what Fordola did, to be blunt. I do. I think what they did is really, really, really horrible. So, yeah, no. And yeah, you're right, Sam. Yu Yu Hase is just in it for the money and has made that very clear multiple times. It was literally the only thing he would talk about when we were doing his quests all the way back in ARR. So, yeah. Moving on. Really quick, by the way, someone mentioned this. Who said that? Omega Legion said this. Making Fordola join the party makes a weird amount of sense to me. If you think about it. Like, hey, so you're good in a fight, and we want to make the world a better place so that things like you never happen again. And that's exactly... I would just do the honesty trick. I'd just be like, look, there's no trick here. There's no lie. I want to make sure that you never happen again. So, you work with me, and we're going to go deal with crap. And it's going to be hard work, and nobody's going to thank you for it, and there will be no rewards for it. And there's a decent chance you'll die in the process. That's your punishment. Let's go. Still on 4.1.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities.
No, you don't.
Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did.
No, I wouldn't.
Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
No, they couldn't. Raban, dude, okay, look, dude, real talk. No.
But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon, I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
I like that expression. No. Raban.
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword.
Hey, I don't get paid.
But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
You should probably stay, Raban. Raban. Okay. Listen, you want to stay, she wants you to stay, and Alamigo will rot from within and fall apart like a house of pretzels without you, okay? Smack! You're staying. Arenvald, what's the news? We have a problem. A group of Anantar at the gates. Uh-oh. Insisting they allowed to contend the council. The invitation was extended to all natives, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse. Oh! Oh, are we here? Hang on. No, we're not there yet, are we? I was gonna say, we're almost at the point where I quit the game. Yeah, I've probably given it away too much. But for those of you who've played this game, you can now pick out the exact moment I gave up on this goddamn game. And again, it's not even that bad, or maybe it is, I don't know, we'll judge it as we go through it. But it was the final straw. I was so sick of it. I was so sick of it, and I was irritated, and I was frustrated. And then I hit the solo instance, which we're pretty close to. And I was just like, oh. Okay, I'm out. Good to see you. The Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. We do not come here to shed blood. That's good, because I just kill all of you. You claim to seek harmony with those who call Girabanya home. If this is your wish, you'll welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. Yeah, playing on easy won't make this any better. That's the funny part. But you know what's really funny? I want you to guess why this was the final straw. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. Okay. Oh, absolutely, Blade Travel. Why do I have a feeling we welcomed a Viper into our midst? Well... you know... Wait, that's specious! Turning them away would have made a mockery of his promise. She could not let them in. Yeah, no, every now and again you could just... put down your feet. Yeah, enthralled cannot be trusted. Please trust me on this one. Whatever the truth, I will take no chances. Guard will be strengthened. Do we rely on the Scions? Okay. Yeah, we just mentioned right there. They're still tempered. Oh yeah, no, this whole story arc would have been awesome, Blade Travel, if I'd actually been reading it last time. Again, I keep trying to put into account historical perspective, because this is good story, and I've actually already given it more than one positive. The problem was that by this point I was already sick of the game in general. And so I didn't know the good stuff I was going through, if that makes sense. So I was already sick of everything, and I was tired of everything. Who's that in the back? Who's that? I brought reinforcements. Are involved. It's hard to do. Told me of the arrival of our unexpected guest. And I agree it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. I can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alizé's reports suggest they shunned contact. Despised it, even compared to other Ananta. Yep, this is super sus. So, we have eyes inside and outside of the palace. Okay. I mean, the Yanxia fight was the beginning of the end, but everything from there up until, I forget the exact point, but I pointed it out as we were going through, was just me skipping cutscene land. It's like, alright. Or, I'm sorry, I'm saying that in reverse. And... this is it, right? Nope, I'm wrong. Where is it? I know it happens at some point. Very well, Loke. You get one chance. And then I kill you. And then Loke dies. Yeah, the problem here, maybe this is just too much of my tactical brain kicking in, but this is extremely stupid. Hey, it's the leaders of all the locals. Let's let them in with the enthralled.
I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne.
It's an ugly throne, too. Look at that thing.
It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place?
No.
Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Can we get rid of, like, all of this crap? I'm gonna give you this one, Lise. That's a good gesture. It's a simple thing and a symbolic thing, but it's actually a nice little step, so credit where credit is due.
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game, and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
So yeah, credit where credit is due. I don't think she did that on purpose, but she did do that nonetheless.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenford. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
I mean, I know it didn't actually work that way, but isn't that supposed to be the idea of the round table? Everyone is equal on the circle. No one is at the head of the table. No one's at the sides of the table. Probably Wenlock. We choose to be evil!
Wish only that those who dwell within Gia Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Da-na-na-na!
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
That's your sign to do something.
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Now's your chance to do something. You can do something! We're just standing there. We're just standing there. Dead eyes.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
Yeah, so this is a negative, obviously.
It's up to us.
This is actually pretty bad cutscene incompetence in a situation which absolutely should not engender it at all. But you're probably still wondering why this was the part at which I quit the game, aren't you? Nope, didn't fail the Judy. I'm surprised no one's figured it out yet, because it's my biggest complaint about FF14 as a whole. It was just the final straw that I just couldn't deal with anymore.
Gods damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
Yeah, I've actually told this story before.
No, you don't!
I've actually mentioned how much this pissed me off.
See us all enthralled.
This is like a 5, 6, 7 minute cutscene.
We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Yeah.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
And he's dead.
Whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Then, solo only. Nice, long cutscene. Sure, that's whatever. And now, you can put this on me, that's okay. They've always been gold, I'm pretty sure. But I go to start this solo-only duty, and I get a nice big red error message. And you can't do that one in a party. Because I was grouped with Pax. And that was the final straw. Seeing that red pop-up message, having to constantly join group, join group, leave group, and everything else that had been pissing me off pretty much since Yanxia, finally was the final straw. And I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with this goddamn game and its goddamn irritation, and I'm walking away from it. And I didn't come back for a long time. I am glad I came back. After all, I never would have known that, you know, Shadow was a thing, if not for that. I suppose I should actually use the ability, but whatever. It's funny, because I am glad I came back, make no mistake. But,
Why? I offer you peace and serenity.
yeah, no, exactly, Trey. It was a pebble in my shoe. And it was just, enough was enough, and I was done with it. What's really funny is, to my knowledge, they've never actually even acknowledged my complaint with the game. Never even brought it up. I mean, feel free to jump in if you know elsewise, but I've never seen anything from any interview that's like, oh, yeah, I know, we intend to adjust the mandatory solo thing. Nope. It's just a thing for some goddamn reason. And it has never stopped pissing me off. It pisses me off now. I will never actually get to play FF14 with Pax and Gary because of that irritation. That's just permanently out of reach because of that goddamn situation. And at least if they would acknowledge it or give a reason for it or fix it in some way. Like, maybe it's a spaghetti code thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a problem with the core design of these instances. Maybe they can't do them. I don't know. See, I don't play MMOs solo. This is pretty much the only exception to that.
It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Oh, I know, right, Omega Legion?
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Like I said, let her join the party. God damn it, that's such an obvious answer. Spoilers, that doesn't happen. At least not in Shadow. As of Shadow. Might be a better way to phrase that. I'm pretty sure this was more prototyping for the trust system. I mean, look at this. They're even going through scripted actions to deal with the mechanics. Like, you see that? And of course she pulls a paling, because we all know palings are amazing. Some ads back here, over here. Okay. Hang out here. I suppose I should read this out loud. We'll lock her down the best we can. The rest of you need to run. Quickly now, while the primal is Lise? I can't run away from us. They need us! I didn't do the solo instance of Mega Legion. I saw that red message and I Alt F4'd. I was out. I was goddamn sick of it. That was the final freaking straw. The final pebble, the final whatever analogy you want to use. And I was done. I uninstalled the game that minute. It's just such an alien thought to me. Most people enjoy being forced to constantly leave group in order to do things. And what's funny, by the way, is WoW used to have this problem too, kind of. It's more complicated than that. But the point is, they fixed it over there. Ugh. I mean, the plan was smart, but I don't know if the Primal came up with the plan, Trihexia, because, you know, the mind slaves can. Oh no, I can't move. Active time maneuver. I mean, I don't buy it either, but whatever. Like, even just a band-aid fix of not having to not be in the group to do these would have gotten rid of a decent amount of the irritation. It would still suck, and I still wouldn't be able to play this game with my friends, but it wouldn't be as absolutely aggravating as it is. You know? Like, maybe you don't know. Maybe you literally don't understand. Let me make it very clear. Constantly having to join group, leave group, join group, leave group, join group, leave group is beyond frustrating. It makes the whole thing much worse than it already should be.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Not really. Oh, so the leave group, join group, leave group is 100% a scripting problem. I'm not sure that's fixable, which is ironic because it's the thing that pisses me off the most. And it's almost frustrating, US in Corp, because you're right, nobody agrees with me on this. Nobody cares. Nobody understands why this bothers me so much, and it is by far the worst part of the entire game for me. I should know, I've given the game 3 negatives per expansion for this thing. And I stand by that, by the way. I don't know how to explain it other than I already have. Imagine playing Guild Wars 2 with your friend, and then every time you enter a dungeon, rather than, would you like to join your friend in the dungeon, which is what happens in Guild Wars 2, there's a pop-up that says, cannot do in a group.
We did it! We beat her!
And yeah, I feel like it's such an easy fix. Just make it not mandatory solo. That's the issue. Because that's one of the things, is most people are like, I don't have a problem with this because I like playing by myself. Okay, I'm with that. But like, I'm saying this wrong. I don't mind the game being solo friendly. The problem isn't that FF14 is solo friendly. FF14 is solo mandatory.
What is this?
That's what pisses me off so damn much. Like, Guild Wars 2, WoW, STO, Lotro to an extent, you can play those games completely solo, with the exception of the occasional grouping if you want to, just like FF14. All of those games are solo-friendly. but none of them are solo mandatory like 14 is. None of them force you to say, no, go do your own thing. Tor, that's the other one. I knew I was missing one. Tor is actually extremely solo friendly, but is also very co-op friendly. It's actually probably Tor's greatest selling point on the gameplay axis, is that you can do so much. Like, the game is so built around playing with a friend that it's designed that way, and it's awesome.
The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Agreed, played Torvald. It's one of my favorite aspects of Tor, bar none. It's why I've played all the way through Tor like twice on every class. Is because, you know, usually I play one class and they play the other class, and we just kind of share instances and share stories, and it's awesome. Never mind how the dialogue options are literally co-op friendly. Sorry, rant off. This was the critical point. I always kind of planned to rant right here about that, because this was when it was finally too much for me, and when I finally just walked away from the game.
Hells. It's her, the butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
No, that's a big step. Hey, look, it's the good planning song. So, if this was a single-player game, would it bother me? Only a little bit. Like, if this is a single-player game, then it's whatever. Or, let me phrase this in my own terminology. If this is a single-player game which I couldn't play co-op, then it would be the absence of a positive, not the presence of a negative. This is not a single-player game. I know, you're going to say, oh, it totally is, and actually it kind of is. That's the problem. It is a single-player game with the trappings of a multiplayer game, with the trappings of a single-player game. Like, it's trying a little bit too hard to be both, and I do think it is suffering for it. My opinion. Yeah, the fact that I have to log into a server and pay a monthly subscription fee, and do groups with, you know, do this stuff in order to be able to access the dungeons and the raids, that's why it pisses me off so damn much. And it's a non-stop issue. It never goes away. I suppose the final thing, and I feel like I got this point across, but let me make this very clear. The final reason, and then I swear I'll shut up about this topic, at least as long as I can. But the final reason that this is so aggravating to me is this is the only MMO I've ever played that has this issue. Most MMOs have some solo-only content. Even Tor has solo-only content. For example, something that happens semi-frequently is when you finish a planetary primary chain and you go back to your ship, there's a mandatory cutscene that you effectively can't skip and can't avoid. And sometimes that involves a fight, and sometimes it doesn't, and that's content that you can't share, right? Even WoW has solo mandatory dungeons every now and again, and Guild Wars 2 doesn't, actually. But the point is, most MMOs have the occasional solo mandated content, but it's rare. And that's my point. That's the rare exception, not the consistent rule. Yeah, STO has the occasional solo thing, which also, by the way, they've been doing more of and has been pissing me off more. Pax and I just recently finished the last series of quests in STO, and during the Klingon arc, that's all I'm going to say about that arc, it was just, oh, that's frustrating. Oh, yeah, you stay in your party, too. You don't have to literally leave party every time it happens, and then regroup, and then leave and then regroup. You just stay in party, right? And you can just chat in party chat, like, yeah, hey, what's up, you know. So it removes both frustrations. It doesn't happen that often, and you don't have to literally degroup and regroup every time. So I'm done. I'm letting it go. Like I said, I've given all the negatives. I've given like 8 negatives to this. Moving on. So, thank you for volunteering for guard duty. They must have planned this in advance. It was my responsibility. I mean, this was a little bit of a problem, admittedly. So that's an interesting perspective, Kata. I should probably mention that Guild Wars 2 is also a game in which there's only one main character and one commander, and they have no problem with this. So I've actually talked about this before, but what Guild Wars 2 does is actually even more work than the easy answer. The easy answer is just let the other person be there. Boom, done, we're good, right? That's the easy answer, and that's what most MMOs do. Guild Wars does one step further, and I love this, because Guild Wars designs like another, think of it like a vehicle in FF14 terms. Like you are a special person or a special essence or a special spirit or an animal or whatever, and you have specific moves designed for that solo instance, and you're there helping the main character, which is whichever one of you started the instance first. Make sense? And it's kind of brilliant and kind of awesome, because you stay in the party, it still is co-op, and it's more fun than general. You get something new and fun to do. Pax and I usually trade off which one of us starts instances, just so we can both try out all the different fun things that happen. Now, that is more extra work. I'm going to admit that, like I said. But it is still probably the best way I've ever seen an MMO handle that problem. Anyways, yeah, if I was ever at a fan fest, if I ever managed to get a question asked, I would ask about the solo-only thing. It is by far the biggest question I have, because apparently they've never even addressed it. Okay, now I'm letting it go. We're done. It's gone. Hi, Kay. You can be sure the lackeys smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldiers first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana keeping their weapons, springs to mind. A primal servant is identifiable by aura. I will identify the others. Thanks, Y'shtola. Speaking of, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she doing here? I asked her to come. Yeah, I already gave the cutscene a negative, by the way. Cutscene incompetence. We're done. We're moving. That explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. I don't think Fordola picked up the sword looking for forgiveness. She just wants to fight for her country. Join my party, Fordola! God! This is gonna bother me now. Yeah, they're never going to, Valvedrix. I'm not even gonna try. It's never gonna happen. I'm the only one in the world. I'm the only one who cares even in my own chat. Nobody cares. Except me. It's a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured, I will do what I can to help your destination. Thank you. The first step will be get our representatives back. They're a bit shaken, but we need to finish what we're started. You know what would actually almost piss me off, except it would actually be really awesome, Valvedrix? Imagine for a moment that the only reason it is that way is because somewhere there's a switch set, And imagine the fix is just to turn that switch back off. And there you go. Friends can join you in solo instances from now on.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
It would piss me off if, like, it was so easy to fix. But it would be awesome, because then I could convince my friends to come back and play FF14 with me.
The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Who brought up the Ishgard method? Because Lys wasn't there for that.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
That must have been a hell of a trip. That's weird, considering how groupthink Japan tends to be, US Corp. I believe you. But I said I'd let it go.
Something?
I said I'd let it go.
Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
Even if they're doing a group council thing for the civilian government, they're going to need a military leader, especially one who has the long-term thinking that you do. No, it's okay, US Corp. I'm basically trying to be nice. I know everyone doesn't care, and I know everyone's pissed at me for bringing it up so much, and that's why I'm just trying to let it go. You know, I'm pretty sure Valvedrix is over there thinking, God, Lord, shut up already.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
Now to talk about WoW.
Most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
This scene's getting a positive.
Me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
And yeah, the statesman in me has to point out that having him here as a major representative is really going to help smooth over relations, which is really going to add to the economic prosperity of both, which is going to make sure that, you know, Alamigo can get back up on its feet, which is good because it needs to in a hurry, because as I've mentioned several times, the Garleans are freaking coming. Went to Frodola to Intercell again. She did turn the tide of the battle, after all. I thought it only right to thank her. But she wouldn't listen. She said she neither wanted or needed my gratitude and I should go away. I don't know if I'll ever understand her. Yeah, well. Arenvald is of an age with Frodola, both of them born in Alamigan. One never wanted his Garlean blood, and the other tried to become Garlean but never could be. Similar yet opposite, which would go to explaining the tension.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
It's just because I'm tall. Don't worry about it.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Yes.
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the Bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
And she's terrifying sometimes.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation. if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Doesn't quite work the same way, Velvetrix.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
You know. The queen of an entire nation talks to me like she's my personal friend.
You're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch.
Actually, I'll talk about it in a minute.
In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I like to think I would be friends with Nanamo, if that were me. But then again, I like Nanamo, so that kind of tracks. So they're heading back to Rogler's Reach. Good morning, classic game lover. I also thought of something else during that cutscene. Nanamo was a child princeling. Princess? It doesn't have the same connotation. Puppet ruler, shoved onto the throne by people who wanted to control her. And Rauban was someone who lost his homeland and really had nothing going for him and no actual purpose in life or existence. And the reason I'm bringing this up is both of them rose above that. And I hate to bring this up yet again, but the reason why is this Gubu right here. If it wasn't for this Gubu... No, I'm sorry, joke. The reason why is because they had sanity anchors. This just keeps coming up. The more I think about this, the more this keeps happening. Maybe it's just because I'm noticing it. I think that's actually what it is. I think I'm just noticing it. They had each other. They served as anchor for each other. Nanamo gave him a reason to bother, and he helped her to be more than what she was. And actually, yeah, to use the Final Fantasy Tactics equivalent, Ophelia, or Ophelia, whatever it is in the final version, didn't really have anyone. Odd number, Vigilant. All she was a puppet, and, well, we know exactly how that went. And yeah, again, yeah, Xenos is the most obvious exception. Xenos had nothing. No one. Just... Frankly, Delita didn't have anyone either, if you want to really get down to it. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlike the alliances and joyous homecomings. By the way, this is all just 4.1. We haven't even left the patch yet. I was patrolling palace grounds with Thancred and Ishtola when we heard the report of a primal. I doubted my ears. As others have said, we are lucky, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kalyana. Yep. Centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. A shame. If it did, that would work out really well. That's true, Delita did have someone. And lost him. No, this is some good, dense content. I'm getting out several positives for this whole patch. This is good stuff. It's a damn shame I skipped so much of it last time. So now we need to the Resistance's newest alliance recruit... God damn it. The Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with more experience than me. What, the Bull? We call it an army, but the Resistance is a collection of smaller groups, and when Conrad passed command to me, that only extended to the Freedom Fighters. So, yeah, we're gonna nominate Rauban to take over. Because, duh! Sorry. Congrats, classic game lover. Yeah, no, this has been a legit patch. It's such a damn shame. We're not even done yet. Because we gotta cut over to Gosetsu and Yotsuyu, which is our next arc. To give thanks to the way that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. Jesus Christ, Gosetsu. I've already given this a negative. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrender my blade to secure what few coins we have. Although his blade should have sold for a lot, but it's Gosetsu, so it actually makes sense that he would only get a little bit of coin from selling the sword. But no, she's not dead, and we've already covered this. Negative to story. That was revealed earlier. She's not dead, he's not dead, it's dumb, moving on. This is... I'm gonna invent a lorium for this. I'm gonna call this Darth Maul syndrome. Okay? But I must return to my master's side. Somehow. And if you don't know why I call it Darth Maul syndrome, then I'm gonna spoil it for you. Because it is a spoiler, but whatever. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So, spoilers for Star Wars, okay? And if you're saying which Star Wars, this covers like 2 shows, a movie, some comics, a book, another movie. So just spoilers for Star Wars, okay? Spoilers for Star Wars. Spoilers. Darth Maul survives episode 1, and it's extremely dumb. But the story stuff they do with him surviving is actually really awesome. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's extremely dumb. But they do some good stuff with it, so... Yeah, he got cut in half. Yeah, he got sliced in half with a lightsaber. He survived. It's barely even hand-waved. It's just, yep, he's alive. But he is in, like I said, he's in 2 shows, a comic, a book, 2 movies. Anyways, first Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded. He's already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chest and boast proudly of taking his head regardless. Yeah, Darth Maul becomes a very good character. And I mean that. Wait, Lord Xenos is alive? That's ridiculous. Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun to rise up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We should soon put to light of their claims. So, the question isn't if we give him negatives. It's how many does he get? Because he's such a hate sink. You know? Like, by this point I remember the stuff, because by this point I had come back to the game in preparation for Shadow. Oh, I totally did, Velvetrix. Yeah, him! I'm not even going to say anything else. Just him! Hate sink boy! Great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I got lots to tell you. The councils recognize the resistance as our standing army. And Raban has been put in charge. Everything's cool. Council has decided we're going to maintain our presence at Ralgo's Reach. Lise will lead the forces in the Fringe. She's been falling over from... I'm going to read that part out loud exactly. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the Fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly, a bit too tirelessly some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. We've got stuff going on. It's Shanti's daughter, you know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought he was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless. So there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep punching them. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola. She still won't reach my gaze, but she's been giving up and trying to ignore me. They'll be the only odd grunt, but at least she's responding. There you are. Alphino. Alize, is everything alright? Yeah, we received room to Totaro. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great urgency. We need to go there right now. You'll notice, by the way, for all this sliminess that Hancock is supposed to be, he's extremely helpful in cases where he doesn't have to be consistently. Have you ever noticed that? It's part of why I like Hancock. That and he's just a great character, but, you know. Well, if it helps you, Yotsuyu is effectively dead. So I'm just going to give this away. She has amnesia. So, Yotsuyu is dead, and what's walking around right now is, in every way that matters, a different person. Yeah, exactly, Vigilant. I tend to like smart characters, go figure. Well, we'll get there, classic game lover. But also, I'm just going to go ahead and say, let's assume for a moment that she did have amnesia, and she becomes a good character as a result of this. Does that mean she's redeemed? No! That's not redemption. That's a new person. Let's be very clear about this. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to come down on you, classic game lover. It's just, it's not her. It is in every way that matters not her. It is a new individual. You know, was brother... I can't think of his name now. Hang on. I gotta know his name. No, not Savage, although that actually counts. But no, I was thinking about... Edward. Was brother Edward redeemed? No, he wasn't. Brother Edward was always a good person. Yeah, exactly. Tsuyu has nothing to do with Yotsuyu. And that's the catch. I want to lay that down because I really do get irritated how often someone will say, oh, it's a redemption story in fiction when it's not. That WoW has had this problem too. Now I'm going to talk about WoW for 5 hours, if that's okay. Hell, Star Wars has this issue a few times. Although that's...
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course.
I was gonna say, this is leading immediately into Four Lords, by the way, which we've already done, obviously. But this is why Four Lords happens.
Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu. I beg your pardon?
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her.
And Gosetsu. The main reason this is a negative, and there's no arguing that, is because the game goes way out of its way to make it very clear that they're dying, and it's a big old scene, and blah blah blah, and then psych! It's the fake out itself that is the negative. Regardless of whether they do anything good with it or not, the fake out death is just irritating, and I've always been irritated by fake out deaths. What do you want from me? FF4.
We all did.
I would not presume to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
I like how he held on to that just so he could reveal it here. Because of course Hancock would do that.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I gave the fake out deaths negatives before. It's admittedly hard to parse what is now a 29-page document, by the way. This is gargantuan, but I'm pretty damn sure we gave the fake out deaths negatives. I believe so, yes, Wenlock.
Thank you. If Gorsetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear.
Buy his sword back. Sorry.
Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garlean's movements, and more besides.
Thanks, Hancock. Appreciate you. I mean that. Someone like Hancock really is someone you'd rather be on your side than not. So, here's your informant. I don't have a bad feeling about this. Permit me to assist you on your quest. Should you search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. Oh, thank you. I'll give Sorbin a hand. Thanks, Tataru. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, let's find this person. Yeah, I feel like they over-exaggerate the wealth of the sword because comedy and excuse for four lords. I mean, don't mistake me, a truly Mastercraft sword is expensive as crap. 7-digit range easily. But, you know... I mean, honestly, isn't that... I technically already have a Lorium for that. I call that the cloud effect. Bad premise, good story. Or good result, if you will. You've already had dealings with the informants of this city, have you not? Yep. Given the Empire's movements, it seems highly probable Gosetsu and Yotsuyu were indeed in Kugane, but why would they be together? Why indeed. The Cloud is the name of an episode. The Cloud, by the way, not Cloud Effect. The Cloud is the name of an episode of Voyager which has the dumbest premise possible, but is actually a good episode. The opposite is also named for Voyager, by the way. I call it Voyager Syndrome, which is when there's a premise that's really good and the result is terrible. So I got both of those covered there. And we all know who our informant is. Hi, I'm a monk right now, so I can pull Lisa's trick if I have to, just so you know. Any funny business, you know what'll happen, I trust. I mean, so in review terms, what that boils down to is a negative and a positive Omega Legion, or however many positives it turns into. But the answer is yes. I'm sorry, I'm going to read that part out loud, because that's... No funny business, only loyal service and the finest quality of information. Of course, such information does not come cheap. And Alice says, no, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we were born yesterday. I've half a mind to call Lise. No lease, no boots. I will tell you everything free of charge. The Empire searches for Ryotsuyu high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And do you have decisive information? I saw them with my own eyes. I did not, but the Imperials are confident, very confident. Look at the size of their contingent. something they do not know, a rumor which you'll find most interesting. An elderly Rogadin samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana, but one made by you, Lore! Sorry. Hey, Doom Rider, so far yes, and now you've just cursed it. So, did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No, I don't have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku, Shichiten. Well, what would that be? It's almost like he lent you money. Anyways, he will help you. Right. Alright, whatever. Hey, Mr. Red, and he's gone. Well, I was going to answer your question, but now you're out, so peace! Enjoy the movie. Really. So. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Remember, I'm a monk. Just letting you know. So let's seek out the pawnbroker. Yeah, sure thing. So how many of you have played Oblivion? I swear I'm going somewhere with this. So, let's go find this place. Oblivion is the best game. No, it's I still love Oblivion. I still think it's a sushi game. I still think it's a masterpiece game. It's just extraordinarily flawed. The fact that it is as good as it is, despite its flaws, is honestly kind of impressive, because it is a massively flawed game. But the reason I bring it up is there's a certain quest, just this one, where there's this woman who says, hey, I have a debt to pay. So if you go and do this little side quest and get this artifact and return it, then I can use that and sell it in order to pay off this debt. So could you do that for me? And you have the option to just say, here's some money. Has anyone ever wondered why they don't pull that option here in the quest we're about to do? I think it's literally the next quest. Because, I mean, they can't design it around that because they can't presume we have the money. But they could give the option if we happen to have the money, right? I know. That would probably be a bad way to do that in an MMO perspective. At the same time, I disagree with that. Because I think offering options to pay off things in-universe to change how quests go would actually be an interesting way to do a money sink. Because it would be optional, obviously, right? Because you might not have that money. But having that be that, you know, and then you just do the quests. But, you know, if you happen to have the money, well, then here's an alternate path. And yeah, exactly. It just checks your inventory and says, well, you know, like there's ways they could do this. And I think this actually might not be a terrible way to add another little quiet role-playing gil sink or money sink to the game. I don't think it would do that much to remove money from the system, but I bet you there were people who would take that option if given. Food for thought. I'm still designing Everlore in my head. Don't mind me. So, we found the pawnbroker. There's the sword. I think I had like 5 million at this point, just from running around, because I basically hadn't spent any of it. So I just had money. So I would have totally just said, yeah, here you go. Boop. The pledge has just expired. I'll be happy to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. If you're already serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. It presents proof of his survival. So as it could be considered a necessary cost, yet it's not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarcely begun to rebuild. Yeah, I'll pay it. Damn it, Eurozone Corp. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. You goody wait. The Scions will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. We've got this money. Shouldn't you ask Mistress Totaro first? Nah. Yeah, this is why we've been joking for weeks of real time about wasting money on a sword. Do you know where the old samurai went? Friend yours. Well, then I suppose no harm can we tell you. No sooner I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended the Umineko Tea House. And thither did they set off. Clamoring for Dongo. Are these the same people? It makes no sense. It's a matter of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Yeah, this guy just made a lot of money. Remember, the amount of money he gave Gosetsu was relatively a pittance. The amount of money he just got out of us was a lot more than that. What the hell is haggling, Blade Terval? The price is right there. Yeah, no negotiation, no consultation of the person who runs the finances of your company. You ever heard of the concept of petty cash? Even in the case of petty cash, which is specifically for situations like this, it is worth noting that if you just buy something offhand and, you know, just kind of empty the petty cash vault for one purchase, you're going to be in some frickin' trouble. You might even have some docked wages over that. Most beautiful girl you ever see, scoffing down Dongo like her life depended on it while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Probably it for me to gossip, but he was planning to spirit away to the Ruby Sea, out of reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze Hell Story. Okay. I want to hear about. I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. Yeah, it would actually be really, really funny if we literally did that. Dakota, like, hang on, let me pull out my bag of holding. Why? This is the bag of holding for just my coins. Whoops. So, while doubt remains over the identity of his traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Kind of, Reggie. But don't tell anyone, because then I'll have to kill your grandfather before you were born. I watched Gyato meet with his Imperial associate. I'm impressed. He has sycophancy down to an art. Apparently Gyato did his duty. Tataro, meanwhile. While we were arranging provisions, Soroban told me about his many business adventures. His nose puts mine to shame. His nose for profit. Excellent timing. Mistress Alize arrived mere moments ago. Why is this song? All went well on my end. Gyoto met with an officer, wheedled his way to new information. The troops came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. A contingent of the troops are preparing to deployment to the Ruby Sea. Their information matches ours. We are quite certain Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. Listen, Pillars of Snow, I will kill as many people as I have to ensure he's never born. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You put the Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana at the asking price? Aye, yeah, we were in some haste. It seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray see the man is paid. To my knowledge, they never tell us the amount, which is a bit of a shame. I'm actually curious. You agreed to this? Well, it's not like the search can wait. You best be on your way. But Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh? He still doesn't understand. He doesn't even get it. He doesn't. He's like, what's the issue? What? 15 million. Oh, God. I hope it's not that much. Jesus Christ. I couldn't afford that. Hey, look! It's a yellow quest. Quit the game forever! No, sorry. Sorry. I said I wouldn't bring it up again. I apologize. What is the going rate for a priceless weapon? Yeah, where's, Oh, she's not here. Judging by her reaction, Tataro's none too pleased. I apologize if the katana has caused strife. Yeah, about that. Tataro seemed rather vexed, ever the melodramatist. I'm sure her finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do. Listen, listen, buddy, Alphino, buddy, hey. Oh, thank you, Lolomlas, very much.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
And I will consider you spared. Maybe. Nah, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. I'll put that towards Dawn of War 2. Oh, that sucks, Omega Legion. Yeah, I guess this would be 4.2, so that tracks. Hey, I'm about to unlock the Dome and Enclave.
What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
And yep, they've even sent a ship for this one. Now, the Garleans have several ships, but they usually don't deploy them to stuff like this.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless
Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
That's a Corvette, Reggie.
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Yeah! Well, I've seen Soma before, but I've never actually seen Franbo, so that'll be a new one for me. Grab Alphino. Just start swimming with one arm faster than he can. You okay, Alphino? You alright, buddy? Alright, whatever.
An opening. Your defense is lacking. Leave this to me.
Oh, I should have switched to Samurai. Hey, Dreamless. There we go. That's a good question, Classic Game Lover, but of course that would be spoilers for future content, which we're not out yet, so... As per usual, the approach for a lore run is to spoil only up to the point we're at, and not past it. Oh yeah, Monk's Monk, so we're cool. Here's a better question. Should the Garlemald Empire fall? I don't know, you tell me, Classic Game Lover. They're all dead. Next. I like to think that this is just how battles go in this setting. I mean that. Like, just the Warrior of Light shows up, and there goes the battle. Just the tide has shifted.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Yeah, sorry, cavalry's here. Run or die.
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles.
Die it is.
All forces, attack!
Yeah, there's actually, later on, I think in the 4.x patches, there's going to be a tidbit about them actively working to avoid fighting us, which makes perfect sense. And then we get involved in the fighting, it's like, oh crap! Let's get rid of all your ads here. Go ahead and pretend this is a Guild Wars 2 instance for a second. I mean, like I mentioned, one of the things I like from patch content in Stormblood onwards is they start actually acknowledging how strong we are in lore. Which we should. Or they should, rather. It would frankly be bad writing if it's like, yeah, no, we took on Shinryu while empowered with Xenos, while going full tilt, by ourselves in lore, and then we could be threatened by, you know, Bob. That would actually be bad writing, to be blunt. But they don't do that. Because FF14 has some good writing in it. I know, it's shocking. It's taking too long. It's Bob! You don't even understand! He was the greatest of us. Emphasis on one, because we kicked his ass, but, you know. Yeah, that is a good point, Dakota. Spikes. Oh god, how would instant death spikes interact with an RPG like this? Hey, perfect, perfect. Just like, okay, hang on. Gotta very, very carefully move around the spikes. Yeah, Ranjit is Bob. That's one of the reasons he's a frickin' negative. It's not the only reason, but it is part of it.
The art of my forebears.
Lord, there's still Imperials attacking me. What is wrong with you? Do you not want to live? I don't really want to kill you, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not bloodthirsty, okay? Yeah, Ranjit has many problems. It'll be interesting to see how many negatives he actually turns into. Analysis. I'm like dodging this stuff. So the problem is, I don't want to give away too much right now, but Ranjit is everything wrong with Xenos, but worse in every way. Because even I, who does not like Xenos, and I want to make that very clear, even I will admit, Xenos at least has positives that help counterbalance him, right? Ranjit has nothing good for him, going for him. Even the one good Ranjit cutscene arguably isn't even good because of him, right? And I mean, that's the whole point of the system. Net negative. Next expansion of Wolfenstein, which we might not hit today, honestly. Yesterday really set me back a lot.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens!
Still pissed about that.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating.
I suppose we have you to thank for that.
I mean, I did just kill a company by myself, including their Magitech armor.
But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
That is true, Omega Legion. And there's something else, too, which I'll get to in a bit. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
By the way, just to get my opinion out there very firmly, killing Suyu here would actually be a crime, in my opinion. Because you are killing one person for the crime of another, and we all know my thoughts on that.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
I mean, I'm kind of with you on that, to be blunt, Omega Legion. Although I've probably given my opinion on that very clearly many times. Are you coming with this? Yeah. So, at this point, this is, as far as I'm concerned, black and white. Binary. There's no variance here. That is a different person. The end. Now, what fiction rarely does is a situation where someone actually regains their memories, regains the previous self. At that point, who is that person? That gets a little bit more gradient. And unfortunately, fiction rarely approaches that correctly. Now, ironically, the aforementioned Brother Edward example does exactly that. It's one of the reasons I love that episode so damn much. There's another example of this, which is in WoW, except it totally isn't. Because the really funny thing is, WoW has this concept and has done it twice, but never discussed it. 2 times someone has been re-merged with their self and re-blend. Let me say this more clearly. 2 times in WoW lore, someone has been split into 2 people, 3 times actually, and then re-merged back into one person. But they've never really spent the time discussing that the way they should. 4 times, I forgot about Varian. Varian doesn't count. Each of the times I was talking about was actually in a different manner. I am referring to Uther, Arthas, and Sylvanas. All 3 of those were in every way turned into 2 completely distinct separate individuals, and then afterwards remerged into one. And for reasons that I can only guess at, they've never bothered to actually, do anything with that story arc. Instead, it's just, hey, and then we move on. And yeah, they still haven't talked about it. Which is just whatever. Reloaded and I actually had a huge discussion about this because we both find it to be a fascinating concept, and we were debating doing something with it with the Trek rewrite, since this same concept is actually relevant to Trek because of the Trill. So this kind of is relevant over there. Not that much of a retcon, Wenlock. I mean, the Sylvanas thing was debatably a retcon, but the Splitting Souls thing has been around since Warcraft 3. There's a reason I call him Death Knight Arthas, and it's because he's a different person. That's why I say this has been a Warcraft thing for so long, not just a WoW thing. Because that story arc started way back in Warcraft 3, and they just never did anything with it. Anyways. So Alizea's here. Woo! Strong as lore is, anything could happen in the chaos. I mean, that's a valid point, too. We could destroy anything, but, we get a bunch of civilians in the battle, we have a problem. So, hi, Suyu. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I'm not taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. I know, Omega Legion. It's weird, isn't it? Because, again, it's been clear since Warcraft 3 that the idea was always that he's a separate person. Even Wrath reconfirmed that. The book reconfirmed that, for that matter. I know. They're probably just trying to change their minds because they like to retcon everything, and I'm just not swallowing it. I don't buy it. The longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Yeah. Let me be very clear. I would absolutely embrace Tsuyu at this point. 2 reasons. Reason number 1, duh. Reason number 2, if it's a trick, and if I'm not good enough to tell that it's a trick, who amongst this group could withstand her attempted backstab better than me? What am I listening to? Oh. Thank you, Justin. Always. Now, hang on. You got a bit of a message here. What do we got here? Stretch this out so I can read this. Ooh, that sucks. I am hopeful that you get that resolved quickly. Right, I did want to sam it up. Boop. Much better. Got the hat going. Rejecting... I mean... It is my opinion that if someone is given no external reason to try and redeem themselves or be a better person or pull themselves up or get a better job or try to get off the streets or move away from a life of crime or whatever, then they are less likely to actually successfully do so. This is a much more cut and dry case. That's a different person, blah, 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 blah. But in general, I tend to lean on that side of the argument. In here, it's just all the more strident because there's absolutely no reason to be like, oh, I hate you, to someone who is completely innocent of anything. Or of everything, or however you want to think of that. Anyway, see you around, Sorbonne. Good luck paying for our mistakes. After a prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, be present at find an opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers. And there goes the Four Lords thing. How much could a single katana possibly cost? More than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's was worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know if you'd bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. We know. This business ventures of horrible. You'll give it a fair healing, right? Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Anyways, I am putting that towards Stranger of Paradise, sorry. Vocal confirmation. Hopefully it'll come out on PC someday. Alright, and then we go do Four Lords, and then we come back. And Sorbonne's now immortal. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, but mayhap not at the Enclave. That's a good question, classic game lover. But by all accounts, it's a reimagining. So I guess no. So, Dream Whisperer says, how long has this happened? And that's a very good question. I don't know. To my knowledge, they've never revealed a truly definitive timeline for this game, which is a damn shame. But by my reckoning, it certainly has not been long. Months. Maybe. Less than a year. If you ask me to judge, if you ask me, hey, Lore, world build this, I would say less than a year.
My lord Hien, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Gosetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it'll end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say?
By the way, I like Gosetsu, but you notice how his whole overall shtick here is, I don't want to deal with this, you deal with this.
Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Suyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl, and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
How are things in Doma? Well, we've got this enclave we could really use help fixing up. I'm not joking. This is introducing the Doman Enclave. I don't know when the restoration of the Doman Enclave went in, but this is introducing the Enclave. Which is still my Hearthstone, actually. I guess I could get rid of that, finally. Forgive me, Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. So when he's arrived. They've taken Yotsuya to a private chamber and assigned another watch, but I find it passing strange the captain would leave his post without a word. It does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. We should be glad of the help. While I search, maybe you could ask our soldiers if they know anything. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you'll be in better position to coordinate our response. I was thinking I was in charge. Alright, go on. I'll mind the house. Okay. He didn't look well. He passed by. I thought maybe it was okay. Guess he's just old. That's oldest. Captain Jifuya? He was heading for the northern entrance when I saw him last. Based on later information that we'll get in a few quests from now, I am firmly of the opinion that she really does have amnesia. If that's even something that's in question. Everyone's joining the shirts. Yeah, someone has to stay behind. Okay. We get on my flying machine here. I mean, I agree, Omega Legion. Yeah, no, there's... This was, like it or not, foreshadowed a bit. Still stupid, but foreshadowed. Hello?
Ah! By the Kami! Your Lord Ian! Leave me! Leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
Okay, you're gonna need to explain a little bit of that.
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
By the Kami.
Yeah, by the way, we haven't gotten all of her backstory yet. We got Fordola's.
She worked in my establishment.
He ran a whorehouse and she was a whore in his whorehouse. Let's just say this as bluntly as we can.
Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her. He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. It was no profession for her. But I knew she would be popular. And so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
Well, you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became.
Credit for admitting it, because yes, you do!
Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yulgiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
And yeah, it's one of those horrible things. Do you blame him? It's just like Fordola. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it good. But it does make it understandable. That's something a lot of people don't understand with fiction. I actually had a whole rant about this during our Witcher 3 run. You remember that? The Bloody Baron is not a good person. It's just they bothered to characterize him, add layers to him, make him understandable. That doesn't redeem him. It doesn't... you know? Adding layers to Yotsuyu doesn't make her a redeemed character. It doesn't make her a good character. It makes her a more understandable character. And oh my god, I can never figure out how to get into this stupid place. Troubled, something's afoot. There's been developments. Her mere presence would so should strive. Thank you for your help. Gosetsu has told me all that's transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Shibuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. I will! Frankly, it's not my place to judge. No, that's my job. Imperial Judge, that's what the thing's for. I'll only say this, the Jifuyu I know has been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks of the depth of his terror. Even now she casts a shadow over the realm. Question of what to be done with her must wait. The Empire's on the move once more. Yeah, true enough, Hazardous. Ah, come on. While you're out searching, we have word from a shinobi. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Their objective remains unclear. Maybe an attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft advances at speed and is bound for Castrum Fluminus. I go there to ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will end only one way. So, Yugiri and Lore. Yeah, sure. I'll just head out with my Super Star Destroyer. Just call me the Executor. Is the Executor a title in this game? I should totally start using that, if that's a title. But me, my lord. The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. That's your job. Okay. Very well. Guard duty, not a breath of protest. Now I've seen it all. And yeah, we see plenty of the sins of Alamigo. We don't really see much of the sins of Doma. Only a couple of tidbits. I think you're right, Pillars of Snow. This is actually faster. I agree. So much so that that's why I have it sitting right here. Imperial Nuisance. I've seen that title on a lot of people. I will also admit to respond to Primarch. I never really saw what Fordola did as trying to reform it from within, which is a shame because I actually rather like that story arc. Cough, cough, Tor Sith Warrior, cough, cough. That's a shame. Thank you for checking, though, Giga Pudding. By the way, there is an extraordinarily high chance we will hit this Castrum Fluminus after the lunch break. For anybody who wants to participate in that, that will, of course, be an 8-man, as usual. No, I agree, Robostal. Doma and Alamigo were both kind of crap places that got smashed in the face, and now they're trying to put the pieces back together. Craft should come into view at any moment. Let us wait inside. Yeah, I gave up on leveling trust because boring grind, so I kind of walked away from that. I'm told it's better now. I always knew you were playing FF10, Giga Pudding.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
That is way faster. Yeah, he was in Corp. Jesus.
Who can say?
Used to be, what, like 3?
Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
Oh, nice, Giga Pudding. Sorry, I forgot you were playing Guild Wars 2. I should know.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
So, this is what we call the plot thickens. Let me just go ahead and say that the introduction of the Popularis was something this game desperately needed. We needed to flesh out Garlemald. We've mostly only seen the people who are the occupiers and the people who are the horribles. Seeing anything else was nice. It's just a shame it has to come at the face of that jackass. He's a positive. I'm giving him a plus to story, almost guaranteed. But that asshole...
That we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I'm just going to jot this down right now. Hang on. Story negative. Asshole. No further need required.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sas Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady.
Okay, so how many of you have seen the meme of him getting right up in a Lolafel's face? I'm actually curious what he's going to do to me, because I think I'm like 3 heads taller than him.
It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common.
As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it.
By the way, I've talked many times about the 4 types of villains. Yeah, type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. This is like textbook type 3, this asshole.
I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Dorma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
Do I think Varys truly intended peace? That's an interesting question, considering Varys' long-term goals, which I will not share here. But the thing about Varys is, he does have a brain, and let's be honest, how many of you have played a 4X game where you're at war with 3 people at once? And it's like, okay, I'm gonna white piece you, I'm gonna white piece you, so I can crush you. Alright, you're crushed, rebuild, 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 and then I go crush you, rebuild, 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 and then I go crush you. It's actually a very normal strategy in real-life history, too. So, does he actually want peace? Yeah, but I don't think he wants it long-term. I think he wants it so that I don't have to deal with this right now. Do I stand in the presence of the fabled Icon Slayer? What an honor. Hang on. There we go. Okay. And yeah, Varys is still dealing with trouble at home, and frankly, he does have more on his plate right now. So, it would make sense if he absolutely wants peace now. And yeah, making the Popularis more on his side, I mean, this actually fixes 2 things in one throw. It appeases the Popularis, so they're less of an issue, and it gets rid of the Dolman situation, so that's less of an issue. That's 2 things off his plate, you know? Frankly, I would probably go for peace with Doma right now, even if I were an evil conquering force. Because I'm not, obviously. I think you're right, Omega Legion, but unfortunately, as I alluded to earlier, I've never done a true in-depth look at the roams, so I'm not actually sure. See you around, Primarch. Have fun. But yeah, so the thing is, Asahi... I don't like Asahi. Let me just be as blunt about that as I can. He is an obvious hate sink. The question isn't whether he's well-written or not. The question is how they use him. And that's going to determine whether he stands on the negative side or the neutral side. By the way, this is Maxima! He's awesome. Just getting that out right now. Such scene of devastation greeted our journey here. The bitter wages of war. Blah, blah, blah. Upon disembarking, we'll proceed directly to my hall. Yep, yep, yep. I'll see you there. I have no idea who that 3rd guy is. Asahi's voice actor is good. I do have to acknowledge that. Begrudgingly. Come on. Yeah, honestly, Maxima is probably one of the best Garleans we've encountered. Who is still a Garlean, because most of the other Garleans we encounter who are legit have turncoated. I mean, Sid's pretty awesome, but he walked away years ago. And yeah, Lucia, another perfect example of this. It's for the audience, Cashel. A hate sink is that is a weird outfit. Oh, I was seeing the raccoon. That was just confusing. I thought it was like a scarf. I mean, you're right. Pillars of snow. A hate sink is designed to be someone that you, the audience, are not supposed to like. Now, the traditional narrative way to use a hate sink is, I'm evil, I punch puppies, I punch kittens, and then they get their comeuppance. Usually they get killed, or maybe something bad happens to them, or they're super embarrassed, or whatever. And that's the standard narrative approach, which is fine, it's worth noting. Slugging that stupid reporter in Mass Effect 2 is a good example of this utilization. Just to name one example here. So again, the question is not whether or not he's a good hate sink or not. There's actually two questions. One is if he's used properly as a hate sink, and the other is if he approaches get off my screen territory. And that's the problem, is because it's really easy to overdo a hate sink character. And this is a problem I have with a lot of fiction, notably most BioWare games, because almost every BioWare game we've ever covered has a hate sink character which they just go completely overboard with. There's no redeeming qualities, there's nothing good about them. They are there so that you, the player, want to punch them in their stupid face. Sometimes you are given the option to punch them in their stupid face, sometimes you are not. Said reporter being a good example. Yep. I'm normally not one for hollow posturing, but this is a game of nations, blah, 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 blah. Should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphino and Alize will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. See, Weyoun... I'm not sure I would agree that Weyoun is a hate sink. Like, he fills the same role that a hate sink is supposed to fill, but writing and acting kind of pull him out of that category a little bit. Frankly, Ducat is also someone who is supposed to be a hate sink, and isn't.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
Translation: Air.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend.
I'm sorry, hang on. I hate to talk about politics. No, wait, I love to talk about politics. But did you hear what he just said? We will go ahead and go with peace with you if you acknowledge that you were, and arguably should be, Garlean territory. However, as a offer, we will go ahead and cede this territory to you. We will give you this territory that's ours, and then treat with you. And you might say, what's the difference? In the land of political, that is a big gap between, all right, you win, we're backing off of your territory.
Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons.
A good excuse, really.
Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgians' practice of it, his radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Now, this is in no way any kind of spoiler. I'm just analyzing this as we go, okay? You see the trap there, right? Any act of summoning within any of Doma's policed territories, which includes the Kojin, if you caught that, would be considered a violation of this agreement, and thus fair casus belli for the Garlemald to move right back in order to protect the land and the people from the summoning of icons.
Doma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise.
Oh, and you notice they specifically added the Kojin because they have recently summoned an icon, a primal.
With regard to the Kojin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Credit to the brat, he's right. Several of the Eorzean city-states have basically caused the primals that they fight against. Many times.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear.
Translation. Oh my god, you people have been so much of a pain in my arse. I don't want to deal with this. Go throw them a bone. Tell them they can make peace with Doma. God.
Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
And yet, by your own admission, you have no actual sway within the military, which is the faction that really matters for these kinds of events.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange.
Red alert! Red alert! Bad.
Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Slides that under the rug there, but you caught that, right? Because all they want is the freaking Viceroy back. Now, I know there's another layer to this. Let's ignore that because we don't know it yet. The point is, even politically, this is We want the Viceroy back. We tried force, and the Warrior of Light's right there. Let's try talking. What are we willing to give up for this? How about a whole bunch of people? We'll give up all these prisoners. There you go. Take them. Go ahead. Can we have the Viceroy back?
Yotsuyu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit.
Think about it like this, Blade Traval. Let's say that you have someone who is a acting/functioning leader of an entire province, and therefore part of the actual high command and the chain of command. That's a lot of intel and facts and research, and the best part is you don't actually know what she knows. All you know is that she was really well positioned. So that's a gargantuan security risk that you need to plug as quickly and as swiftly as possible, because you are presuming that the only thing the enemy is doing is debriefing her nonstop.
The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
And his nose grows a little bit.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
I wonder what he would say if I was just like, by the way, I killed Xenos myself. Just so you know. Just if it would crack, you know, if his face would crack a little. If his mask would be betrayed, even a little. If I'm just like, hey, by the way, did you know? The fact that there are two opposing factions that work in Garlemald complicates matters. No, that's called reality, Alphino. Most large organizations have multiple factions. But the Empire should send Yotsuyu's stepbrother of all people. I wonder how he feels, a son of Doma returning home to speak to the oppressors his countrymen growing up. This cannot be! Whatever Lord Hien's decision, I shall abide it. Yet I would be welcomed. Would welcome my lost brothers back to Doma. Yeah, so we now have a huge problem. We effectively cannot give Yotsuyu back. For two very important reasons. One, the reason they're worried about, and two, that's not Yotsuyu! We are not going to turn over an innocent civilian who is almost assuredly going to be executed the moment the transfer has legally happened. To be executed the moment the transfers happen. Like, I don't know what else to add to that. No. This is not math. I still don't know what to make of it all, but on the surface, a prisoner exchange seems a good way to begin, but the question is, can they be trusted? The ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. Yeah? You think this is a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Yeah! Well, okay, not a ruse, but, you know. Yep, memory loss. She would not yield anything worthwhile, nor is she worth as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you're acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts. While the ambassador's proposal is ideal in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give its due scrutiny. Seems to have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I'll be afforded another. But ere we continue, let's excuse these two. I fear we shall bore them to tears. No, I'm good. Everyone? No? Okay. Yeah, can I bring... Hey, Alphino, remember they have an airship right over there. Like, I could probably get it if it comes near a mountain and I could just jump to it, but, like, don't ask me to kill an airship by myself, Alphino. I could probably do it. I could definitely do it at this point in the story. But, can we not, you know, can we not rely on that? Just relax. I know when I'm out of my depth. Although no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. Which is why the Klingons should have more negotiators. One misplaced word and people could die. Takes people someone with a cool head, and that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question. What do we do while they prattle on? Where are we at on this? Right here, okay. Yeah, Asahi is really untrustworthy, and they're not even hiding it. Because again, he's a frickin' hate sink. Yeah, that's another thing. We can take out an airship, but what kind of damage is it going to do while we're busy smashing through the ship? Or onto the ship, you know? Like, there's a lot of... I love how the lighthouse actually works. I don't think I've seen it at night. There's a lot of crap. So... You know? Anyways, I think I'm going to chop off here. And when we come back, we'll go ahead and push through how wonderful of a person Asahi is, and we'll debate positives or negatives. And then we'll barrel roll our way to the Castrum Fluminus. So I hope to see you in a short amount of time. I plan to take a shorter break to try and catch the hell up after yesterday. So I'll see you when I see you.